General Ham, I have a few housekeeping announcements. First of all, I want to thank all of our exhibitors who are next door, without whose support these kinds of events would be very difficult, if not impossible. So I urge you to spend some time, go over there. You don't know what you don't know. They want to know what you need, and they may have some ideas to help you out. So please spend some time with our exhibitors. Your badge is required throughout the event. You can't get into the rooms without that badge, so please wear it at all times. If you leave it at home or misplace it, you just have to stop by our registration desk. We'll be happy to print you a new one. The proceedings or the handouts for this event will be on the AUSA website, www.ausa.org/AUSA meetings after the event concludes. Our method of handling questions is through question cards. We've placed them at the aisle seats all throughout the room, but periodically I will rise and wander the room looking faintly ridiculous, waving more question cards for those of you who didn't get one, and picking up the questions to bring them to the panelist or the speaker who will answer the question or not, as the case may be. Concerning the press, we normally have press at our symposia, so please be aware we are on the record and for attribution. How many in the room are AUSA members? Raise your hand. I'm a life member. That's terrific. That's great. I notice there's a significant number of you that are not. We have a membership booth right outside of registration, so I urge you to stop by and consider joining AUSA. We need your support to accomplish those things we need to accomplish to tell the Army story and support the greatest Army in the world. So please stop by our membership booth. We are selling an exclusive AUSA publication of the book, Medics at War, and if you'd like a copy, you can purchase it right out here at our membership booth. As far as lunch goes, you're on your own, and again, I urge you to spend some time during the lunch break with our exhibitors and do some other kinds of learning other than just this sage on a stage stuff we do in here. As with all of our events, we provide the bios of our speakers and panelists on our website by going to the Army Medical page under Meetings. As is our custom, we will not give lengthy introductions, but we want all of our guests to know that we appreciate all of your past accomplishments and acknowledge your professionalism and dedication to the United States Army. To access Wi-Fi in the Grand Hyatt meeting rooms, please use AUSA Meeting, that Wi-Fi link, and the password is AUSA Med 2017, all caps on the AUSA Med. And finally, I will ask you to silence your electronic devices so that we don't have awkward moments of some marimba band playing while somebody's speaking. And now it is my privilege and pleasure to introduce the President of the Association of the United States Army, General Carter F. Ham.
Well, thanks very much, Michael, and thanks all of you for joining us this morning in San Antonio. The one thing I would, it's always impolite to correct the previous speaker, but I'll just as a reminder on membership, during the first presentations, the membership table will be moved strategically in front of the restrooms, and we'll be checking your membership so you'll find it far easier to enter the restrooms if you have your current membership with you. It is indeed, as Michael said, great to be back in San Antonio. I'm new enough to AUSA that I was not with AUSA the last time that we were here for this event in San Antonio, but I'm absolutely thrilled to be back in Military City. With a great community, great support. Shout out to the Alamo chapter of AUSA, who's done such a great job of putting all of this together for us. I also recognize that many of you were traveling yesterday, and so you probably missed out on some of the important breaking news of yesterday. So just as a reminder, on this day in history, in 1802, is the birth date of Alexander Dumas, and Paul, that's Dumas, not dumbass. all right, the author of The Three Musketeers. And in 1969, on this date, Apollo 11 returned to Earth after a pretty remarkable experience. In the overnight news that you might have missed while you were traveling, the Discovery Channel reminded us that as fast as he is, Michael Phelps is not faster than a great white shark. The shark, however, did not get to relish in the defeat of Michael Phelps. They kept them separate, which was unfortunate. It would have made for great reality TV. And in Westeros, things did not go well for the Greyjoys. And for those of you who watch such things, Jon Snow is headed south, Arya Stark is headed north. It's all very confusing to me, frankly, and my hope is that maybe the series will end soon and the dragons will just kill everybody and it'll be far simpler. In sports news, the only sports news that matters from yesterday, the Indians defeated the Blue Jays and remain atop the AL Central. There are other teams that play baseball, but only the one that matters a lot. And in a breaking news story, the Weather Channel reported to us all that it's going to be hot in July in the Southwest. Well, thank you very, very much for that news. But now you're up to, if you were traveling yesterday, you're now up to speed on all the news. Well, here we are, back in San Antonio, Military City. We're glad to be here. It would not be possible without General West and her team. We had a conversation about a year ago to say, what do you think? And General West, being a forward-thinking person, gave pretty clear direction to her team and to our team that she wanted to do this. So we're very, very happy to bring this symposium back to the center of the universe for Army medicine. We think it's really highly appropriate. These symposiums, most of them that we do in Washington, D.C., but this one here, I think it allows us an opportunity to take a pause from the craziness and the crush of daily activities to focus intently for a day or two on important topics for the Army. This is an opportunity to expand professional development opportunities for Army medical soldiers, and being in San Antonio allows us to touch a large number of medical professionals and industry partners. The timing is also important, I think. In an Army that is constantly transforming, perhaps the developments in Army medicine over the past few decades have been among the most striking, certainly over my time in the Army and in the few years since I've retired. Battlefield medicine has been taken to an extraordinarily high level, but continuing to improve, resulting in survival rates that are unprecedented. We have a better understanding today of post-traumatic stress and traumatic brain injuries. The development of new medical technologies and techniques that are having an extended effect across the broader medical community, to include the civilian community. We're deepening our understanding of resiliency and what that means for soldiers, for combat effectiveness and readiness. And then we look at the tremendous impact that Army medicine has had in the research, Ebola, Zika, burn trauma, many other areas where the Army has been leading the way. So these advancements and many more, I think, make the Army's medical community by far the best in the world. So what's next? Well, that's why we're here. We're here to kind of discuss about where do we go from here? How does Army medicine continue its transformation, its development, to continually improve the delivery of services to soldiers, veterans, retirees, and many, many others. We'll have a two-day program, today mostly in here, and then tomorrow with a number of breakout sessions to explore questions like, how will Army medicine support operations on a global scale? And what's the Army medicine's role in multi-domain battle and operations? How do you keep the total force, regular Army, Army National Guard, and Army Reserve, and Army civilians, how do you keep them medically ready? What innovations will be needed to deliver top quality medical services and support to the total force as we move forward? What are the unique capabilities and the emerging technologies that will help the Army stay ready? This is personal. It's personal for me, and I hope it's personal for you. We got to get this right. For me, on a personal note, 40 years ago, our first daughter was born in Vicenza. She would have died the day she was born if it wasn't for Army medicine that took care of her in Vicenza Hospital, flew her to the 97th General Hospital, where a few hours after she was born, she had life-saving surgery. She's now the mother of my first grandchild. That's only possible because of Army medicine. My wife, who General West and others know very well, is alive and thriving today because of Army surgeons and medical care, the whole team at Walter Reed. Many of you, and I would guess probably everyone in this room, knows a soldier who is alive today because of Army medicine's care on the battlefield. To cite just one, Greg Gadsden, well known to many of you, a double amputee, a great soldier. He's a battalion commander for me in the 1st Infantry Division. That's what Army medicine develops. So it's personal, and we got to get this right. And all of you in this room and all you represent are committed to that end. To lead us in that effort is the Army Surgeon General, Lieutenant General Nadja West. You all know her. You know what a great leader she is. I didn't know her. I got a call one day from General Schoonmaker when I was at U.S. Army Europe, and he said, hey, I'm gonna send you a new commander for the European Regional Medical Command, Colonel Promotable Nadja West. My answer to him was quite simple. He says, Eric, if you think she's the right one, then send her on. I had no idea what I was getting. An accomplished physician, a great leader, a great person, a great moral and ethical character, was exactly the leader that we needed in Europe. And I'd argue she's exactly the leader that Army medicine needs today. So please welcome the Army Surgeon General, Lieutenant General Nadja West.
Well, how can I follow that? I tell you what. Hey, thank you so much, sir, for that very kind introduction. And I tell you, it's personal for you, sir, and it's personal for us as well. Not only because we understand what the importance is of what we do every day, but the great support that we get for those that we get from those that rely on us every day. And I've never seen the amount of fight and support, especially in this time that we've gotten, especially from AUSA and you personally, sir. So I want to say thank you so much for what you've done for Army medicine and are continuing to fight the way to make sure that the capabilities that we have aren't lost for future generations. So I just want to say thank you personally to you and to what you've done with AUSA and also the AUSA staff here today. And so it's again, it's really a pleasure for me to be here today. And I thank you and the whole AUSA team for being here with us. And for you to be here, sir, today with this, I know there's a lot going on, really speaks volumes to your commitment to Army medicine and the importance that you place on it. And as you mentioned, we really have a full day ahead of us here, and so I will keep my remarks brief until we get on to the panel members that really have a lot of great things to share with us. And I'll start, though, with an African proverb that I heard once from a really great commander of U.S. Army Africa Command, who's sitting right there, General Ham, and he said, you know, it suggests that if you want to go fast, you go alone, but if you want to go far, you go together. And this is what Army medicine is all about, going far together. We are one team with one purpose. We support the warfighter and all of those that are entrusted to our care. Now, you may have noticed that I've used the word warfighter, and I use that a couple times here, and I do so deliberately, because that's what we are here for, right? That's why we are here. Because though we're one of the globe's best healthcare organization, I mean that, on the face of the planet, there's no other greater healthcare organization in my mind, we are Army medicine besides that. We are a great healthcare organization, but we are Army medicine. And that's because we have a unique mission, which all of you here are very well aware of, all too familiar with for what you've seen on the recent 16, 17 years of war. So you are all too well aware of what that means to be Army medicine. And no one else can provide the size, the scale, the scope, and the speed of a capability that we bring, again, on the face of the planet. No one else can do what we do. Not only are we a premier healthcare organization, but in Army medicine, we also have a whole operational limb that cannot be reproduced anywhere in the world. And our priority is simple, it's readiness. As General Milley, our chief, has said countless times, readiness is number one, and there is no other number one. And for us in Army medicine, I see that divided into three separate bins. First, the current fight. Again, readiness and health of our service members, those entrusted to our care, and our medical personnel who must be ready. So readiness and health combined with healthcare delivery to ensure all those that come to our military treatment facilities, our clinics, our dental facilities, our vet facilities, public health, everything that makes up Army medicine, that all those are taken care of as part of the current fight. That's what we provide for the warfighter and their families. The second bin is the future fight, and that's force development, to make sure that we have the right capability to those that we support. We have to remain relevant. If the requirement is for smaller footprint units to operate in dispersed areas, then that's what we have to develop and make sure that we're on the cutting edge to support those that we can follow along and be in front of and side by side with those that we support. And then the always fight. We take care of our soldiers for life, our civilians, our families, our civilians, again, everyone that's entrusted to our care. So the theme, as you heard for today's AUSA Medical Symposium, is Army Medicine, a century of premier, expeditionary, and globally integrated innovation from the trenches to multi-domain. And this is perfectly in line with our vision. In fact, those words of premier, expeditionary, globally integrated are pulled right out of our vision. So this event is designed to provide a venue for collaborative discussion and education on the key topics by identifying leading practices and innovations from joint interagency, intergovernmental, and multinational, and industry partners that will better enable Army medicine to prepare for future challenges in support of our Army and the joint force, and also our coalition partners, allies, and friends if asked. The panels today and the breakout sessions tomorrow are synchronized with the Army Medicine Campaign Plan lines of effort. Again, readiness and health, healthcare delivery, force development, and taking care of ourselves, our soldiers for life, our families, our civilians, and again, all those entrusted to our care. So as you participate in the panels and the breakout sessions and the static displays and the presentations that are given there, I'd ask you to think about what Army medicine will look like in the next year, in the next 5 years, in the next 10 years, and in the next war. Open your minds to consider a future unlike anything that we've seen before. Consider the relationships between supported and supporting and what that truly means for us. Operational and institutional, health and wellness as they relate to the multi-domain battle environment. Think of those concepts, again, as you're hearing all of the different presentations today. And I look forward to robust and thought-provoking discussions. Now, there are currently strategic discussions that are ongoing, especially in light of the efforts to operationalize the provisions of the National Defense Authorization Act. We're being asked some pretty tough questions, and candidly, there are some erroneous assumptions about what we do, about how well we do it, and what we cost, that are the basis for a lot of discussion. And I can tell you, my commitment to you here is that I will continue to counter any narrative that our nation can outsource what we do and get better and cheaper outcomes from it. I will fight that to the death on the Hill, and I'm going to be leaving on Wednesday or Tuesday to go back just to discuss that, to make sure that some of those erroneous assumptions are put exactly where they need to be, and that's out of the discussion. I almost said something else, but I won't. There are, of course, improvements that we can make. No one doubts that. No one denies that. We can always get better. And to be sure, an organization of any size, especially one of our size, 140,000+ strong, if you take all components and all of our civilians, Any organization that size can improve, and we will. And looking over the past year or so, we have made tremendous improvements, but we still have far to go. And I think that that farness that we need to go, how far we need to go, we'll do that together, as said in the proverb. We will go far and we'll do it together. And I want to just say I appreciate all that the mighty Army Medicine team has done and will continue to do. And I also want to say thank you and express my appreciation for those supporters and advocates that we have that are behind the scenes and in front, really advocating on our behalf. So again, thank you for that. Now, on to today's session. I tell you, we're really fortunate to have Lieutenant General MacFarland here with us to open up the discussion on multi-domain battle. And I see a full understanding of multi-domain battle as critical to our future. I see it as a function of how we can continue to operate when we are not able to do what we are used to doing, such as enjoying uncontested air superiority and conducting air medical evacuation at times of our choosing. So how do we provide support when area access is denied? Obviously, this requires us to sharpen our skills of prolonged field care. A multi-domain battle environment is not just something that affects our lethal forces. We need to understand as medical professionals, not only our skills and craft as medical professionals that we are, the reason that we exist, we also need to understand how we fit into the operational environment. It's critical for us to understand that. How would we continue to operate for a sustained period of time if our network is attacked? And you all know here how much we rely on our network in this modern day medicine that we perform. Everything from IV pumps to virtual health, all those things that are very network dependent. How will we continue to continue on in those scenarios? So those are the types of challenges that I ask you to think about, that we really must think about, and how we continue to accomplish our mission. So it's my pleasure to introduce a great leader, Lieutenant General MacFarland. I know we're not supposed to say a lot about the bios, but I just want to say the Deputy Commanding General and Chief of Staff of TRADOC since April of 2017, and the fact that he's here should speak volumes to the importance that he places on what we do and what we have. And besides that, he's a fellow Iron Soldier, so it's really a pleasure to have him here. So without further ado, General MacFarland.
Thanks, Nadja. It's a great pleasure to be here. General Ham, General Swan, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the invitation. Nadja, thanks for the introduction. I just have to say I was a little surprised that I even got the invitation, and I really did. I'm not saying this as a joke. I had my staff double check to make sure they didn't have me confused with somebody else, because I do feel like I'm a little in over my head here. As a young cavalry lieutenant, one of the first things I learned from my platoon sergeant was that, even though our medical platoon was kind of filled with a lot of oddball soldiers, that I should never look down on a medic, because you never know when you find yourself looking up at one. And, my platoon sergeant had a way of really kind of crystallizing important issues so that everybody could understand it. And I was in F Troop, 3rd Cav, and we didn't have a lot of brain surgeons in that outfit, but everybody understood his point. So I kept my medic on my track as a cavalry platoon leader, even though he was kind of a pothead, parted his hair down the middle, and but I kept him with me to make sure I could get him where he needed to be when he needed to be there. And my point in telling you all this is that, our medical platoon, our medics did a lot of goofy things, but what my platoon sergeant kind of started to try to teach me at that point, and which I've learned over the years, is not to focus on what people and organizations do, focus on what they're for. And that's what I want to talk to you today about, is not necessarily what you do, but what you're for. The Army does a lot of things. We sail ships, we fly planes, we drive trucks, we run prisons, We feed people, we put on concerts, we operate radios and computer systems. We do all sorts of things, and yet we even run hospitals, as you all know. But that's not what the Army's for. And that's not what MedCom's for, not just to run hospitals. You do a lot more than that, and you do it all very well. But the whole is greater than the sum of the parts, and while it's impressive to list all the things that you do and do well, the purpose of military medicine is simple and straightforward. It's to maximize the combat power of the United States Army. You do this by keeping our soldiers healthy before the fight, by treating our wounded during the fight, and if possible, returning them to duty. And if you can't return them to duty, you give them the best possible care and try to return them to their loved ones. And that translates to greater morale in combat for our fighting forces, knowing that if there's any way on earth to save their lives, we will take care of them. And while they're deployed, we'll take care of their families. And that enhances the morale of our force. So this is an incredibly important concept, of course, in an all-volunteer force, because right now we're trying to increase our end strength. TRADOC is doing that. I think we're going to meet our target this year. Next year is going to be even more challenging. But one of those things that people know is if you're in the United States Army, you will receive world-class medical care, and so will your family. So the theme of this conference is not just appropriate, but it's timely. Although I've been in the Army for a long time, I cannot speak from personal experience about the entire century leading up to now in terms of military innovation, but I can talk to about 30 years of it. And I'll do a little bit of that, and then I'll talk to you about what we in TRADOC think the next 30 to 100 years may look like. We'll cut it off at 30. So because I am from TRADOC, I do have slides, but there will not be a test, so pencils down. Unless, of course, you count the battlefield as a test. Go to the next slide. All right, a little history lesson. As a cavalry troop commander in the Fulda Gap in the late 1980s, I had a little over 200 soldiers under my command and one medic track. And we were expected to hold off a force of about 5 times our size for up to 7 hours, or until I had lost about a third of my combat power, whichever came first, and the smart betting was on the latter. There's no way we would have been able to do much for our wounded under those conditions, and we would have had to leave many of them behind to the mercy of the Soviets. It wasn't something that we like to think a lot about. Next slide. Most of you know forward surgical teams were established in time for Operation Desert Storm and to perform damage control surgery on combat casualties within the golden hour wherever possible. I was in the 3rd Armored Cavalry Regiment again during Desert Storm, and we were hard-pressed to leapfrog our forward surgical teams to keep pace with the movement. And you can kind of, I don't know if you can see the 3rd Cav in there, but we were on the big left hook. And our forward surgical teams only had Hueys back then. Not all of them had Blackhawks. And they were unlikely to have been able to really provide a lot of enough medical support had we encountered the kind of casualties that some were anticipating in the thousands. Fortunately, we suffered very few casualties, as we all know, so we didn't really put that system to the test except to take care of lots and lots of wounded Iraqi soldiers. Next slide. As a brigade combat team commander in Ramadi in Iraq from 2006 to 2007, my Charlie Med company was very busy. In just a 9-month period, we were there for 15, but in just 9 months in Ramadi, I suffered over 100 killed in action and 500 wounded in action. And the 500 wounded is probably a conservative estimate because of all the RTDs. But there was no golden hour medevac capability then and there. We ground evacuated our casualties out of the city, usually in a Bradley fighting vehicle, sometimes in a track, to Camp Ramadi or one of our battalion aid stations on a combat outpost, and then tried like hell to keep them alive until nightfall, when a milk run would come around and pick them up and take them to a roll 3. It was the exception, not the rule, when we were able to get a medevac bird inside of the golden hour. There were just too many casualties. You can see the upper right-hand column, the numbers are kind of small, but it gives you a sense of the massive numbers of casualties we were incurring, particularly during the surge. Next slide, please. By the time I was in Afghanistan from 2011 to 2013 as the Deputy Chief of Staff for Operations and the Deputy Commanding General for Operations for US 4A, we had, in fact, achieved that golden hour coverage wherever U.S. and coalition troops were stationed, with the Roll 2 or Roll 3 within range. At this point, our commanders began to think that that the UH-60 range ring for our medevac birds was actually the limit of their operational reach, and they would not venture beyond it without moving some medevac aircraft forward to a forward base. We've become so spoiled by this amazing capability, and that which we also provided to our Afghan partners whenever possible, that they began to expect that too. And then one of their top 2 worries as we drew down in 2012 was the loss of medical support, the other being the loss of close air support. We simply couldn't provide that kind of a blanket to all of Afghanistan as we reduced our numbers anymore. So we had to teach our commanders about the efficacy of the platinum 10 minutes instead of the golden hour. It was a hard sell. As the commanding general of the 1st Armored Division later at Fort Bliss, we were participating in a major decisive action exercise, and one of our brigade combat teams was doing a combined arms breach against a defending enemy brigade up on the high ground, and they were trying to push their way in there. And I turned to my G3 and was planning to discuss how to use our attack helicopter battalions, the 2 attack helicopter battalions in our aviation brigade, and he said, well, you really only have 1 left. And I said, well, where's the other one? He said, well, it's been mostly attrited escorting medevac helicopters up to the point of breach. And I said, well, that's a pretty good learning point here, that we all have to come to the realization that in decisive action operations, we cannot afford to use our attack aviation assets to escort our medevac birds, and we can't afford to fly our medevac birds to the point of injury. A breach lane in decisive action, in case you don't know, is about the most lethal place on a battlefield. And we cannot do that anymore. It's just beyond our capability. So again, it's back to the platinum 10 minutes. And also our combat medics, our combat lifesavers, and in fact, every soldier needs to have every possible tool that we can provide them that makes sense given their level of training and combat load to provide medical care at the point of injury. Now, where it makes sense, we certainly want to get people as quickly as possible to the right kind of care, and that's why when I was the commander of Combined Joint Task Force Operation Inherent Resolve in Iraq from 2015 to September 2016, we fought really hard to get a Roll 3 into Baghdad. We had over 5,000 American troops on the ground and no Roll 3. And we also fought to bring in additional medevac capability because we wanted to ensure that if possible, where possible, we could give them the very best. And in fact, we were able to get that Roll 3 in time for a significant mass cal episode which undoubtedly enabled us to save the lives of numerous American and coalition force troopers. But we have to be realistic about medical support as we once again transition to more conventional operations like Desert Storm, and before that, what we thought we'd encounter in the Cold War. If we have to fight tonight in Korea or against some near peer or peer adversary anywhere in the world, we're looking at potentially thousands of casualties. In those situations, we simply can't provide the kind of medical support that we became accustomed to in Afghanistan. But we shouldn't be as sanguine about it as we were in Europe in the 1980s either. We can do better. As we transition to the future environment on a multi-domain battlefield, we have to ask ourselves if we're training our young soldiers to experience the horrific casualty rates, and do we have the capability and capacity to deal with them? And I think the answer to the first question is yes. I'm not so sure about the answer to the second question. And I'd ask you during this conference to consider that. So let's take a look at what I'm talking about. Next slide, please. Okay, many of you recall prior to 9/11, we had a doctrine known as air-land battle. It featured a deep, close, and rear battlefield. So it was a change from the old way of thinking where we were only thinking about the close fight. We recognized that the enemy could affect us throughout the depth of that battlefield. And the purpose of this was to try to attrit the enemy before they closed to the close fight, and to defeat the enemy in our rear areas to give us freedom of action and maneuver, and so that we could fight outnumbered and win. And as you look at this, you see that it was kind of tailored to a European type of a battlefield. Worked pretty well in the desert too, but it had it was tailored to a specific threat, and that threat was the Warsaw Pact. And we then used that doctrine to help us acquire weapons and leverage the weapons that we had. So air-land battle, the iconic air system that we used, that the Air Force provided us, was the A-10. We developed the Apache as well, and a number of our other systems like the Black Hawk. And then on the ground, the M1 tank, the Bradley fighting vehicle, MLRS, on and on. So it kind of led the whole .mil PF process. That's why the D is first in .mil PF. So that was then. This is now. Next slide, please. So what we're developing now is something called multi-domain battle, and the first thing, obviously, that jumps off the slide to you is air-land battle was black and white, and this is in color, right? So obviously, we've made some advancements. But one of the reasons it's got to be in color is because it contains another domain. The maritime domain includes the air domain, like air-land battle does, but also space. It also includes cyberspace, and what it has allowed us to do is expand our thinking about what the modern battlefield really looks like. And that battlefield, it really extends all the way back to home station, and I'll talk about that in a minute. One of the things you see on this slide is lines going back and forth between the water and the land and the air and the air and the water, and that kind of speaks to the idea of cross-domain fires, because every domain influences every other domain. And unlike air-land battle, multi-domain battle is not necessarily focused on just fighting and winning outnumbered, but winning in a complex world. Air-land battle was a sophisticated concept for its time, but it was relatively straightforward compared to multi-domain battle. And that's because the operational environment has changed significantly since then with the advent of technologies too numerous to count, but to name a few of military significance: precision-guided munitions, autonomous and semi-autonomous systems, such as UAVs, and of course cyberspace, first the internet and now the Internet of Things. The operational environment for multi-domain battle features four important concepts. One is it's contested in all domains. So when you talk about telemedicine in a multi-domain battle, maybe not. Maybe not. Lethal at the tactical, operational, and strategic levels. We will not have the luxury like we had in Desert Storm of being able to deploy from fort to port, and from port to port, and then from port to foxhole uncontested. We'll be contested every step along the way. We can be contested at home station in the cyber domain, and we are every day, really, if you think about it. It'll be lethal at the tactical, operational, strategic levels, and particularly at the tactical level, because operational strategic lethality will come down on top of our heads in the close fight. It's a complex environment. Transnational criminal organizations, violent extremist organizations, increased urbanization, megacities, over 20 million people. Seoul, Korea is 23 million people. Our army is 1 million. Just to put it in context. Globally connected populations and super-empowered individuals with access to weapons of mass destruction and high technology. And challenge deterrence, anti-access area denial, A2AD, and operations below the threshold of conflict, what the Russians call the gray zone, little green men, conducting operations below the threshold that we would consider war. Cyber, information operations. Next slide. As the range of surface-to-surface missile artillery expands, there will be no secure rear area treatment facilities, overseas or at home. For example, Landstuhl is within range of Russian intermediate-range ballistic missiles today. And as we saw in the Battle of Aleppo, they're not afraid to target hospitals. We can also look at North Korea with the developments in their missile capabilities. In Korea, even basic North Korean long-range artillery systems are well within range of Seoul. As I said, 23 million people living there. There are very few areas that our adversaries and potential adversaries cannot reach. Next slide. Multi-domain battle includes the air-land battle construct of deep, close, and rear, you see in the center there in the highlighted box, but extends them to additional areas, the deep maneuver, the deep fires, and the rear area extends beyond the support area back to the operational support and the strategic support area. And we're now looking across all phases of conflict to include those pre-conflict phases, phase 0 and phase 1, which we can call the competition phase of conflict. And this is where our adversaries like to operate, using information operations, cyber operations, and unconventional warfare, little green men. Next slide, please. So as we look at this, though, you can see the compression of the threats. Now, the new battlefield is expanded, it's converged, and it's compressed. It's expanded in terms of time, phasing, as I mentioned, phases 0 and 1, domains, space, cyber, EW, information, geography, i.e. depth, and actors, proxy forces. It's converged. Technology and the political systems can come together in the competition period, that gray zone, and it's compressed in terms of time and effects. Strategic, operational, and tactical effects all compressed here. As you can see, our medical facilities, just because they have white crosses or red crosses painted on a white background, is not going to be able to protect them. They're going to be within range of numerous enemy effects, not just lethal effects, but non-lethal as well. Go to the next slide, please. So what are we going to do about this? Well, our multi-domain battle concept has a central idea, and that is to create and exploit windows of advantage by converging capabilities from multiple domains. And this will drive .mil.pf for the future. Now, I've talked a little bit about the doctrine. Some of the organizations, multi-domain task force, security force assistant brigades, our cyber, these are some of the organizations that have come online or are coming online to help us look to the future. When we talk about materiel, we try to limit it to about 7 big systems. And remember, we had the big 5 or the big 4, depending on who you talk to back for air-land battle. Now we're talking about 7, a big 7. And overmatch and soldier performance, vertical lift, robots and autonomous systems, mission command, which includes cyber and electronic warfare, advanced protection, combat vehicles, and cross-domain fires, as we saw in that depiction of multi-domain battle. Now, as the character of war continually changes, the nature of it does not. On land, war will always remain bloody and personal, and the Army's unique medical culture stems from that reality. It's a direct result of the need to provide medical care as far forward as possible and return wounded soldiers to battle whenever possible and as quickly as possible. That's not going to change. We have to be ready for the kind of carnage you see on this slide. From the point of injury all the way back to home station, our soldiers have to be prepared to help each other and themselves for the physical and the emotional impact of massive casualties. This is a picture of a Ukrainian armor battalion that was wiped out in just minutes by a Russian artillery barrage using thermobaric weapons. The United States Army hasn't experienced that kind of catastrophic attack since the Korean conflict. We're going to have to disperse our forces to ensure their survivability against these types of attacks. And as a result, we need to enhance our organic medical suite of enablers for prolonged care forward. Contested domains will cause delayed evacuation and will require future forces to have the ability to treat and hold casualties for longer periods of time. We require enhanced medical capability at the point of injury by providing advanced trauma and resuscitation skills, and we need to ensure that our holding facilities are self-sufficient. Now, we are doing some things about that in the medical community. Next slide. Mystic and TC3X are great examples of preparing our medics and our combat lifesavers for those types of encounters on the battlefield. We have 21 Mystics today. At the next capability development document for the Mystic is being rewritten right now, and strong consideration is being given to expanding the use of its capabilities to an even greater portion of the operating and generating forces. The Tactical Combat Casualty Care Exportable, the TC3X, addresses warfighting challenges to enhance realistic training and improve soldier, leader, and team performance. It enables individual soldiers to improve human performance on life-saving tasks with realistic trainers and enables commanders to build confidence in their units as well as readiness. We're changing the forward surgical team to the forward resuscitative surgery team to provide damage control resuscitation and damage control surgery to stabilize non-transportable patients following surgery and allow for medevac to the next role of care when available. FRSTs have the capability of splitting into smaller surgical elements, making them smaller targets, and they can provide support at 2 geographically dispersed locations for short durations for up to 30 casualties. The Holistic Aviation Assessment Task Force is currently an ongoing study. And among other things, what we're looking at is a detailed sufficiency analysis for medevac, ground, and air to determine aircraft fleet requirements and component mix in the future. We're also reorganizing our combat support hospitals into more modular field hospitals to allow them to disperse and, as necessary, grow according to the scale of the fight. So are these changes enough? Are there other innovations that are out there that we can use to mitigate these challenges? I don't know. What I do know is this, that medical care is not just your business, it's the business of every commander and every senior leader in the Army. As a platoon leader, I carry my medic with me. As a Corps commander, I spent time and effort ensuring we had the necessary medevac and hospital support for our operations. And as we look to the future, we need to ensure that massive casualties don't take us by surprise and cause us to break faith with our soldiers. Next slide. So I'll end pretty much where I started, with a soldier looking up at a medic, with an assurance that our soldiers know that no matter what, the people in this room and those that you represent have their backs. America entrusts her sons and daughters to the United States Army because they know that despite the risks that being a soldier entails, that they will receive the fastest and best medical care in the world. TRADOC stands ready to help you with your mission in any way that we can, and I just want to thank all of you for inviting me to this important symposium, and thank you personally for all that you've done, not only for me and my family, but all of our soldiers, particularly those that serve with me in harm's way, and for our Army families. God bless all of you. Thank you. That was not in the threat brief. Okay, all right. Oh, that's what you were walking around with. All righty, fire away. Well, I got it right here. Now, one of the things I'll just say as I came down from my hospital room, my room upstairs, I lost my reading glasses, so I'm trying to read this. Regarding multi-domain battle, do you envision, really any glasses will do. I'm like, pretty low prescription. These aren't like Coke bottle glasses. Oh, okay, that's good. All right, thanks. How do I look? Great, yeah. All right, okay, I might keep these. Regarding multi-domain battle, do you envision any host nation support, medical or otherwise, to enhance strategic responsiveness? Absolutely, but we have to keep in mind that our host nations will be stressed by all sorts of different domain actors, and you know, one of the things that we have to understand is that in Eastern Europe, for example, those countries are dependent upon Russia for their energy. And then the other thing that we have to keep in mind is they're going to have plenty of casualties of their own to deal with. And if they can take care of their own casualties and not burden our medical systems with their casualties, that'll be a pretty good start. You know, if you're talking about the city of Seoul, Korea, being evacuated, 23 million people trying to get out of the range of North Korean artillery, and all that that might entail for medical support, it's hard to imagine their medical system keeping up with that, let alone helping us. Okay, this person has better handwriting, so that's good. What role do you see for the Army medicine and Army medical research in preparing soldiers physically, cognitively, and psychologically for multi-domain battle? Well, as you saw, that the TC3X is a pretty realistic trainer, and I think those types of, and the Mystics, those types of simulations, not just for our medics, but for all of our soldiers and combat lifesavers, are going to be important in helping our soldiers brace themselves for impact. The other thing is that we have to, in our training exercises at the training centers and elsewhere, reinforce to our soldiers that they are going to be on their own, that those 9-line medevac are not going to be answered every time, and they're going to have to take care of each other and themselves. Okay. This is a long one. Okay. Point of clarification. Did you say that attack helicopters should not be used to escort or protect medevac helicopters? It's MET-TC dependent, right? Those attack helicopters are an important weapon system for a division and corps commander, and if we pair them up with medevac helicopters, we're going to run out of them pretty fast. And what we need to go from in our aviation community is fighting as ones and twos back to fighting as platoons, companies, and battalions. If we're going to achieve a convergence of effects in a window of opportunity, this is what multi-domain battle is all about. Our doctrine is we create windows of advantage by combining effects from multiple domains at a decisive point. And one of those effects is from the air, and rotary wing aviation plays an important role in that. And if we are escorting medevac helicopters around, remember what I said about air defense, anti-access, and aerial denial. That our helicopters are not going to be very survivable in large parts of the battlefield. And if we just send them out there in ones and twos, they're not going to come back. So yeah, I did say that, and I meant it. Then the writer goes on to say, my experience in Afghanistan has taught me that this could be catastrophic. Well, it would have been in Afghanistan because we were not up against a peer threat. And we had to ensure that really one of the things that we were trying to do was minimize casualties. In a decisive action fight, really, mission comes first. We have to defeat the enemy. That's how you minimize casualties, is by defeating the enemy. I was a sole provider in a remote combat outpost, and there were 55 of us, and we were attacked by 5,000. Okay. A grenade seriously injured 9, 2 evacuate 10, and we had an attack helicopter come to support. I'm not sure medevac helicopters could have landed safely without Apaches. Probably true. So in that case, we're going to have to rely on that platinum 10 minutes until the situation stabilizes and we can either ground or air evac. I mean, let's take a look at how many medevac helicopters there are in a combat aviation brigade. There's 10 or 12. 12, right? 12. 15? Thanks. Okay, 15. Out of about 117 helicopters. Got 48 Apaches. We are right now at a significant disadvantage vis-a-vis a lot of our peer competitors when it comes to air defense systems and long-range fires. We're going to have to husband our resources. So this is really part of the process that we really need to begin here. What's it going to be like when you can't get a medevac helicopter in? Hey, we can get a medevac helicopter to you, we will send it, okay? But we're probably not going to escort it with Apaches, because those Apaches are going to be pretty busy fighting elsewhere. So what are we going to do? We've got to have a plan. It can't be no plan. It can't be just letting somebody bleed out. Okay, what is the role of unmanned medevac drones in the multi-domain battlefield? Well, that's a great question. You know, the Marines have a pretty good unmanned helicopter that they're experimenting with. Right now it's just for resupply purposes. It could be used for medevac potentially too. The only problem with unmanned medevac is, of course, there's nobody in the back, there's no paramedic providing you know, blood or anything like that. But you know, any kind of medevac is better than no kind of medevac, and that has the potential to provide us with some additional capability in a A2AD environment. Regarding multi-domain battle, do you envision any host nations? Oh, I've already, okay, so I've gone through all this. Okay, or maybe that's a repeat. Okay. What role do you see for Army medicine and Army medical research? Okay, got that one. Okay, so I guess I'm through. Any other questions?
I have one more, sir.
Okay. Those all started to sound familiar. While Mystic and TC3X are an opportunity to create and sustain readiness of warfighters' ability to respond to the Platinum 10 minutes, the POM cycles and budget have not reflected the same commitment. How do we ensure sustained POM funding for these capabilities, especially as their utilization increases? That is a terrific question, and I will defer to the Surgeon General on that. But it's obviously something that we will have to do. So I know that sounds a little bit harsh and dire to some of you about you know, the ability of us to escort helicopters around and provide medevac at the point of entry. But look, when you're talking about 4 or 5 divisions engaged in decisive combat and thousands of casualties, you saw the picture of that battalion that was wiped out in 10 minutes by thermobaric weapons. We have to be realistic with our soldiers. We can't give them false hope that they're going to get medevac within a golden hour under those kind of conditions. So we have to compensate because we still owe them our very best. And that's one of the things that we hope that this conference will focus on, is how do we provide them with the very best medical care possible under those kinds of conditions when we are not able to provide that kind of medical support that we experienced for those couple of golden years there in Afghanistan, but will be hard to replicate anywhere else. So, any other questions from the floor? I think I got a few more minutes here. That's it, sir. Okay, we're good. All right, thanks again for the questions, and thanks for your attention.
Well, thanks very much, General West and General MacFarland, for your introductory comments. Let's take a quick stand up, all right? Stretch your legs a little bit, and we'll, if I could ask the first panel to start making your way toward the podium here. Okay, thanks. The people will start coming. We'll get the blood flowing a little bit. I think General MacFarland's operative question of what are you for is an important one, because we often lose sight of that. To maximize the combat power of the Army. That's why Army medicine exists. And I think his reminder of the unique character of Army medicine operating in the harsh realities of land combat are also great reminders for it. To me, though, the big takeaway is simply that Army medicine is leader business. We're going to face hard decisions now and in the future, and the people in this room are going to be those who will make those hard decisions. It's why we do this symposium. That's right. All right, so as we assemble the panelists here, if I could ask the panelists.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, he's here. They're all there.
Okay, to take your seats, we'll get ready for our first panel discussion of the day, medical readiness in support of the total Army and tomorrow's innovations. The panel chair for this first panel is Brigadier General Talita Crosland, Deputy Chief of Staff G357 in the Office of the Surgeon General. The panel moderator joining us is Brigadier General Retired Rich Ursoni, former Assistant Surgeon General and Chief Medical Service Corps. Rich, we'll let you and General Crosland introduce your panels, but welcome, please, a welcoming hand for our first panel.
All right, good morning. We're going to start off real quick with just a quick introduction. We'll go down the line and let each person a little bit about who they are, what they do, and what they're going to bring to the panel today. Greatly appreciate the opportunity. As mentioned, my name is Talita Crosland. I'm the new MedCom G357. Background, I'm a family physician by education and training, but excited to be here and talk with you all today about readiness in our Army. Sir?
Paul Cameron, the Deputy Commanding General, 18th Airborne Corps. I'm also the acting senior commander at Fort Bragg, while General Townsend, who replaced General MacFarland in Iraq and Syria, is the commander of Joint Task Force Operation Inherent Resolve, and I'm also the Task Force Dragon Commanding General.
Wow.
And I'm an infantry officer by trade.
Good morning, I'm Brigadier General Jill Ferris. I'm the 146 for the next 6 days and 12 hours. I'm a National Guard officer working full-time to replicate and practice what our boss preaches, which is the total force. And I'm excited to be here to talk about readiness, because that's what 146 is all about.
Good morning. I'm Tony Nesbitt. It's great to be here. I'm currently the commander of the 1st Medical Brigade at Fort Hood, Texas, the great place. So on behalf of the 3 Corps and the most powerful medical brigade in the Army, I'm ready to talk readiness. Thank you.
Morning. Hua. Boy, always wanted to say that publicly. So someone on this panel is not like the other. I'm Captain Sean Hussey. I'm a Navy pathologist, self-proclaimed only combat pathologist in the MHS. But I am representing the 1st Marine Expeditionary Force out of Camp Pendleton. Worked for a 3-star general there as one of the three MEFs, so I'm bringing to the table a little bit about Navy and more specifically probably Marine Corps readiness. Hurrah. Hurrah, man.
Well, I'd like to thank all the panel members for being here, and certainly it's a great thrill for me to be back with Army Medicine and the great AMED team. This is a treat for me to be able to spend time with all of you and to hear what all of the great things that you're doing across the Army Medical Department, and certainly those things that impact on readiness and medical readiness. And I'd like to just leave you with a notion of something that I think addresses what represents your mission. There's a sketch on the wall of the Pentagon. It's a wounded Marine in the arms of his medic. And the quote is, "Oh God, give me tomorrow." The medic is looking up to heaven, asking God for the strength of another day. But there's another notion that struck me, this notion of give me tomorrow. That's what all of you do as members of any service medical department, is to give the wounded, ill, and injured one more minute, one more hour, one more day. Your focus is to give them a tomorrow. And whether you're part of the training activities of what goes on in the Army Medical Department, the research activities, or our far forward medic on back to a medical treatment facility, what you dedicate your life to is to giving them a tomorrow, and that's in the current fight, the future fight, and the always fight. So let's kick it off with a generic question here, an opening question for each panel member to address. And this is your thoughts on improving readiness and health of the force, as well as the manning, training, and equipping readiness of the medical operational force. General Crossland, would you mind addressing that?
Sure. So we heard very eloquently from Lieutenant General MacFarland the challenges of our Army in a multi-domain. And we have to get at it several different ways. First, keeping the force healthy, maintaining a healthy force, and getting what a lot of us say is left to boom, and making sure that soldiers are trained and their health are maintained, and when they're injured, we can aggressively treat them and manage them. And for the soldiers that were not able to return to the fight, transition them appropriately. In addition to maintaining health and wellness, we've got to be able to push capabilities far forward in the environment that we're going to find ourselves in, potentially in the near future or in the distant future. And we're going to have to be able to do that across a wide spectrum. And what I mean by wide spectrum is from supporting non-conventional forces as well as conventional forces, widely dispersed small teams to large casualties. So a credible challenge we have in front of us. And we have to maintain agility and flexibility in doing that. And at the foundation of all of that, it's going to be realistic training. We're going to have to be able to train our medical force such that we're able to deliver in that very complex environment. There are going to be a lot of follow-on questions. I could probably hold the mic for the entire time, and I'm smarter than that, and I'm going to shut up and allow General MacFarland to comment quickly. I'm sorry, General LaCamera to comment, sir.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I think we have to change how we look at medicine. I think we have to, when our soldiers show up to see a doc, we got to figure out how to get them back in the game. And I'm not 100% sure that that always happens. And I go back to the comment that General MacFarland made earlier about what's the purpose. You know, armies were designed to break things. We have no real redeeming qualities. The engineers will tell you we build bridges, but I'd say to get across rivers so that we can break more stuff. Your all's job, as he stated, was to keep us in the fight, mentally, physically. The chaplains do the spiritual side. And we have to really kind of change what we're trying to do. And if you can't go with us, then we're going to have to, as stated, we're going to have to train our medics. And we learned that the hard way, or we've learned that the hard way, and we've increased our medical capability. But again, to me, it's not the golden hour. It's the Platinum 10 or the Platinum 20. I've heard the two different things. Till we can get them to the next higher echelon of care. To assuage the concerns of the helo pilot that kept asking the question earlier, we've got to be able to set the conditions and to conduct the medevac. We don't want to create additional casualties by not being able to set those conditions. And again, you know, the last thing we want to be able to do is look our soldiers in the eye and say, hey, it sucks to be you. So we can't get them out quick enough, but we don't want to create additional casualties. But I really do think we have to kind of change the way we think about it. The way I've always tried to talk about it as a commander is we've got to think of ourselves as warrior athletes. You know, we play the ultimate contact sport. I don't like the term sport because other than NASCAR, there are no body bags on any sideline. But that's what we're training our soldiers to do, to deal with the rigors, the mental and the physical rigors of combat. And not just, as General MacFarland talked about, in a near-peer fight, the casualty rates will be unlike what we've seen before, and that will have a mental impact. But we've got to make sure our soldiers are prepared, and they've got to know that the reason that we'll get them out of there as quick as we can. Combat Lifesaver, in the community that I grew up with, came about out of Somalia. And a lot of people think that it's about the soldiers and making sure that the soldiers feel confident. What it really was driven by was commanders. It was to make sure commanders are in the right frame of mind to set the conditions to get soldiers out. And, you know, to stop thinking with the reptilian brain and get our heart rates back down and focus on the enemy. If you look at what the fight in Iraq became because of the MRAP, it became, we changed the way we fought. The react to contact drill was no longer locate the enemy, gain fire superiority, maneuver, kill the enemy, consolidate, reorganize, and upon consolidate, reorganize, conduct, evacuate. It became get hit, CASEVAC, get hit, CASEVAC, get hit, CASEVAC. And what happened? It's the definition of insanity, right? We kept getting hit in the same location every single time, and we were wondering why. Well, it was because we weren't killing the enemy. And so we really have to, again, we can't get our soldiers out quick enough, but we have to set those conditions. In order to do that, we've got to have the medical capability behind us to train our soldiers, to stabilize our soldiers. And if we can't bring our docs with us, then we've got to have a combat lifesaver that every soldier can take care of themselves. And then we have a first responder capability. And, you know, and the great work that's already being done with the 68 whiskeys, et cetera. But we've going to have to set that, and as General MacFarland talked about, in a near-peer fight, our ability to conduct medical evacuation is going to be challenged. And it will become an operation. We'll culminate, and then we'll have to set the conditions to do that. So we've got to really rethink how we're doing it. I go back to the original statement about, you know, we're at 10%, and we're struggling to make the, you know, keep our non-deployables below or at 8%. But again, I go back to it's an ultimate contact sport. You are going to get hurt doing this job. It's going to happen. And so we've got to make sure that we are preparing soldiers who, you know, we joke about it, right? Ring dings and ho-hos and drinking monster drinks and playing video games. Well, they're coming into our formation. We've got to get them ready for the rigors. We will hurt them in the process or injure them. But we've got what we've got. We've got to get them ready. And, oh, by the way, for some of us who are a little older, more mature, you're going to get hurt. And so how do you stay in this game the longest? And make sure that we are preparing them for the rigors. Soldier 2020 is a great thing. It's going to drive us to one physical standard. One physical standard. Not male, not female, not age. It shouldn't, at the age of 53, I shouldn't put the formation at jeopardy because of my age and because I'm only required to do a certain percentage at my age group, yet I'm dealing with someone who's 32 who's at a higher peak. But what it's going to take to keep me ready to go and what it's going to take to keep a 32-year-old or an 18-year-old is different. So the prep phase is different, but the game or the fight doesn't change, and that's what we've got to train to. So again, I think we really have to change the mentality, how we think about this. I don't believe in resiliency. I think it's the wrong term. I think we got to talk about strength, and to me, strength is, it's a simple formula, and I'm an infantryman. It's leadership times mental strength plus physical strength plus spiritual strength. I put spiritual strength in quotes because I'm not proselytizing, but when you're cold, wet, tired, and hungry, and you're mentally and physically exhausted, even an atheist is going to go someplace. That's got to be nurtured. That's separate. The mental piece we've talked about, the physical piece, again, training for the rigors of what we're going to have to deal with. And that starts when we show up. I'm not here to get a magic pill. I'm here for you to keep me in the fight. Thank you.
Oh. So you obviously were cheating off my sheet of paper because we are going to talk about the same thing. You can't see it with glasses? Or now you can see it? So I'm married to a nuclear physicist, and every once in a while he says some things that are pretty brilliant, despite the fact that he's also in the Air Force. But I do have a slide that I put up in front of every briefing that I do with my staff in the 146, and it's a quote from Albert Einstein, so I'll share the quote, and you'll see why we have a common ringing theme, sir. We cannot solve our problems with the same level of thinking that created them. So we've been challenged by our boss to be able to be what the Army needs us to be. And so we found ourselves to be in the state that we're in. So the one thing I want to talk about during this time of my speaking is to talk about the state of personnel readiness from a total force perspective. Last week we had the RFPIC met, and one of the themes that we talked about in the 2.5-day meeting, we spent a day and a half talking about challenges with Army medicine and what potentially they could do to help us from a policy perspective. And one of the things we talked about is the struggles for manning. So if we were to look at what happened in FY17 with the Army Reserve, with the mission set that they were given, because some of the mission sets were passed back because they didn't have enough of our general surgeons or ortho surgeons. So just give me a minute to give you a couple numbers here. So they were able to fill 38 of 48 requirements, so that's about an 84% fill for general surgeons. In the area of ortho surgeons, however, they were only able to fill 4 out of 15 at a 26% fill rate. So what happens when the Army Reserve or the National Guard, if they're asked to fill, can't fill, it gets passed back to the first component, right, Compo 1, and we have to fill it. And guess what? We're in the same level of struggle within that surgical capability. Coming up this next year, the Army Reserve is going to be challenged to put one combat support hospital out there, and they're going to have the same challenges of being able to fill that surgical capability. So what can we do? In the National Guard, it's a bit masked because we have the support for level 1 and 2, role 1 and 2 to the brigade combat teams, and we have these creatures called 62 Bravos, and we can take any type of medical professional and equate them to be a 62B. But what is the skill set that you need to have to be a 62B? So the Guard may look like it is in almost 100% full strength, but we struggle to make sure that all of our skill sets that we have can do the role of the 62B. So we're working with AMED Center and School to figure out what those skill sets are and how frequently do we need to train to those skill set. And the Army Reserve is looking to how do we fill? How do we feel when they're, us baby boomers are getting older and living longer, and we need to have palliative care, and we need doctors and nurses to do that. and we know that there's going to be a shortage, and so we're all going to the same well to get qualified, compassionate people to take care of our most important asset, which are our soldiers and their family members. And that pool gets smaller. So the normal way of recruiting, the normal way of doing business, we have to do it differently. We have to take less than 9 to 24 months to assess people. We have to look at, do we really need to have somebody serve all the time, or can we just shift them in? I mean, we really have to break the molds of our day-to-day business of the way that we have done for the past 30 some odd years of building the personnel readiness of our medical community and look at it different. And so I would challenge us over these next 2 days when we get into breakouts to think about what are the ways that we can do to rise to that challenge. How do we get the right people in the right place at the right time to help the war fight? And it's going to be different. The type of warfight, a near-peer warfight is different. The sustained operations that we have to have is the force structure that we have in place. We're growing our Army, but Army medicine might not necessarily be growing. How are we going to sustain the level of care that we need to give our soldiers in the warfight when their numbers get larger and our numbers stay the same? So I would challenge you to say that even Albert Einstein has got it right. We have to look at a different way of doing business. And so that's the challenge that I would give to all of you today.
Good morning. So this is a great question, and from my perspective, I think there's a couple of things that we can do right away. First of all, I believe that we have to start looking at, and we have to continue to look at the health of the force and a ready medical force and a medically ready force from a projection of how we look at SRM and Objective T today. The environment has changed, and right now, how we report readiness and how we report how personnel are ready is very different. We have to kind of revamp our thought processes as we apply some of those capabilities and some of those readiness parameters against our soldiers and against our medical capabilities and how they support in a multi-domain environment. Things will not be the same. We will not be able to deliver Class 8 the same way we did 10, 15 years ago. We will not be able to evacuate casualties at the same timeline. We've heard a lot of conversations about golden hour and platinum 10 minutes. We have to start thinking differently about that readiness. When it comes to training, sustaining, and equipping our forces, we have to look at the difference on how we practice, we organize, and how we validate that readiness, i.e., we as a medical structure have got to be part of the Army evaluation process. We have to start thinking about warfighter. We have to think about CTC rotations. We have to think about some of those other validating processes. Not only does that get us to readiness parameters and how we look at readiness, but it gets us into a paradigm of being able to do that on a regular basis. What we want to make sure is that we are not only concerned about this when it's time to go execute. If we get the practice, if we get the opportunity, we get the integration, if we have processes that check, if we have processes that follow up, we build infrastructure to report, we exercise, and most of all, we continue to blur the lines between the medical capabilities and the MedCom with the operational environment or the deployed force. I think it gives us an opportunity to start taking a hard look, or continue to take a hard look at readiness across the force. Thank you.
Well, obviously, readiness is a priority of the Marines as well. I mean, we only have 180,000 Marines, give or take. So having every man and woman a full-up round is vital. And every time I have an opportunity to listen to General Neller speak, I mean, and those of you in the room who maybe heard it as well, he never misses an opportunity to discuss readiness and having his force completely ready. You just can't afford to when you're that small, as we are. And although the two wars, big wars, have sort of ended over the last 15 years, we still have our hands in a lot of pots. And so we've got our op tempo is still very high. When I think of readiness, I think of it sort of in two bins. It's a little simplistic, I get it, but I sort of think of operational and I think of garrison readiness. and some of the things we're doing in the Marine Corps, Navy medicine within the Marine Corps with regards to both, I'll just break down for you. So in garrison, some of the things we're looking at, and I've actually already implemented to either increase readiness or at least try and get our hands around it a little bit more, is we've implemented a Marine-centered medical home model. And I don't know, that's similar to the medical home port model that many of you are probably familiar with. It's a primary care model that puts basically teams together from different units, increases access, decreases utilization to emergency room care, adds things like case managers, behavioral health folks, and really strives to provide that garrison primary care model. So gone are the days in the Marine Corps of the cattle call, sick calls, where you show up at 7:30 and wait 2 hours to see your doc who's got 20 other people to see before you. We've sort of made it more MTF-centric, if you will. We've also implemented what are called Force Preservation Councils. So this is line leadership driven. It is doctrine, or at least it's policy. I shouldn't say doctrine, but it is certainly policy within the Marine Corps. So every unit down to the battalion and squadron levels, the commanding officer meets monthly with a number of people, including medical, legal is also involved, and a behavioral health staff. And they sit down and they go through sort of what they consider their high-risk Marines, and they keep an eye on them, and they make sure they're hitting their appointments, and they make sure the folks are kind of moving back towards becoming a full-up round. And then the last thing I'll just mention is things we're experimenting with, or things that in the garrison setting, are things that MARSOC is doing, Marine Special Operations Command, and that is, what type of model do we want for primary care to keep our people ready? Do we want to add things like, acupuncturists and more holistic providers? We already have physical therapy in most of our Marine Center medical homes, but do we want athletic trainers? Do we want massage therapists? Do we want chiropractors, nutritionists? So this is whole sort of how we look at even doing primary care. Should it be more focused on the preventive aspects versus the reactionary, hey, we got a doc here, he'll fix you when you break. So those are things we're looking at on the garrison side. When I think of operational and how we are ready for that fight, one thing the Marine Corps has done recently is purchased a number of billets, primarily Roll 2 surgical type billets from the Navy. So green is bought from blue. Yeah, we're one team here, but don't tell that to the blue side MTF commanders. Some of them weren't too happy about losing a lot of their people. But what had happened in the past is the medical battalions, which is our sort of Roll 2 capability within the Marine Corps. Our medical battalions, when they needed surgeons and anesthesiologists and surge techs for field exercises or for going forward, we would ask of those from the hospital, and the hospital would send them to us. So it was sort of a as-need fill basis. What we found was that those people often showed up not ready, and they'd come out maybe for their training for 2 weeks, and then when we deployed it 6 months later, it was a different person. So in order to sort of get on top of that, one thing we've done now, the Marine Corps has just bought those bodies, and so now they belong organically to the medical battalions. They have their fitness report written by the medical battalion CO. They are on deck as often as the medical battalion needs them. So the flip side, and the question is, how are they getting their training? Well, they're working at the MTFs. At the hospitals, they're actually probably about a 0.7 or a 0.8 FTE at the hospital still, maintaining their skill sets. But they are on call and billeted to the medical battalion. So it increases a little bit of our readiness to fight if we need someone to go out the door, and a little bit better with regards to continuity of personnel. The other thing I'll mention with regards to operational readiness is training. We believe very firmly in the Marine Corps of force multipliers and having every Marine have some level of training, medical training. Every hospital corpsman, medic, is trained in TCCC. It's a requirement. And it's also policy that 2 Marines per TO corpsman are also trained in TCCC, Combat Lifesaver and TCCC. So if we have 50, for example, 50 corpsmen in a infantry battalion, then there are 100 Marines who have also received that training. So how we do that training is kind of in a state of flux. I'm actually speaking a lot with the Army and the folks down at JPMO MMS, and they're helping us out right now talking about things like Mystics and TC3X. So that's the way the sort of the Marine Corps is going to head with making sure that we're training those folks. And the last thing I'll mention is there's been a movement with regards to specifically our trauma surgery. I know that the DHA is focusing a lot on the joint trauma system, but we're actually partnering and collaborating a lot with the civilian community. So, for example, in California, where I am, in Southern California, our surgeons and anesthesiologists who are slated to medical battalion, we have agreements to go out and work at places like Scripps Hospital and work at Palomar Regional Medical Center, so they can at least get some of that trauma training. We don't get a lot of that in our MTFs. Camp Pendleton Naval Hospital doesn't see a lot of trauma, so they go out and they do things at these civilian facilities, regional trauma centers, to maintain their skill sets. I think that covers it for now. Thanks.
Well, I'd like to thank the panel members for their opening comments. So as a follow-on question, then, let's look at ways to optimize manning readiness to provide responsive medical capabilities. And I would just open that up to the panel. So we're looking at manning readiness and how do we provide responsive medical capabilities from our optimization of manning readiness.
So I'll speak real quick on a couple of things Army Medicine's already doing. With respect to manning, getting our surgical capabilities as well as our critical nursing in the right locations. And so realigning and assigning to locations that make sense to maintain our clinical competencies is one way that we're already moving out. Another way is to, if we've got to push capability far forward, getting that right capability, and I'm talking about the expeditionary combat medic. So A-Medicine and schools develop a course such that we can man those units with a capability for that prolonged care that we've all identified as a future requirement. And then the last thing I'll touch on is moving back and keeping folks healthy, getting the right resources into the garrison environment. Similar to what was mentioned by Captain Hussey on the end, getting physical therapists in all of our units that makes sense at the brigade level at a minimum to maintain the wellness of the unit. And when they're injured, we know that if we intervene quickly, the earlier on we intervene, the more likelihood we are to get them back into the fight. And so doing some of those things in the garrison as well as in operational that pushes capability as far forward as we can will have a great impact.
Yeah, I think it's twofold. It's the medical community's medical readiness. Are your trauma surgeons, do they have enough reps in dealing with trauma? Are we able to, I can't give it at WOMAC because we're, unfortunately or fortunately, we're not shooting enough people in training, right? So are we sending our medics out, our docs out, to get the medical capabilities that they need to have to deal with the trauma that they're going to see on the, and I know the Surgeon General and I have talked about this. I know there's other things that we've done in the past to get us there. And then do we have the medical supplies and everything? And it's taking care of the medical side of it. And then the other side is from the commander's business, from the non-medical side. And are we in a position to take care of ourselves? We talk about, I think, again, change mentality. There is no garrison, there is no combat, there just is. Okay, so when we don't evacuate every soldier that's wounded in combat, but there is some kind of rehab or something that has to be done to get them ready to go. So, is our medical capability distributed properly? What is deployability? Different combatant commands have different levels of deployability, but you got to be 100% But the simple fact of the matter is, again, redefine what deployable is. To me, that's crossing the line of departure, going on a target. We don't want to put soldiers in harm's way that are obviously wounded and can't protect themselves. But if you're sitting overseas in a regionally aligned mission, or you're sitting in Kuwait and you have access to medical care, you have access to good nutrition, you have access to rehabilitative, physical fitness, then can they go forward, or do you have to be 100%? Because again, it's having an impact on commanders. You all, at least is what I've been told, you all get judged, the medical community gets judged on customer satisfaction, but commanders get judged on deployability of their soldiers. We're the customer, okay? If our soldiers aren't deployed, what are we doing to get our soldiers deployable? And again, I think we as commanders or deputy commanders have to help define what that threshold is. And because I think you can go forward, maybe not on a target or across the line of departure, but I do think that we play a role in that, in helping define that. We don't want to hurt unnecessarily, cause unnecessary suffering, but we do have to kind of change the mentality of a soldier being on profile, and do we have the capability to rehabilitate them and make sure that they're ready to continue to do their job. And should we, not for this, but should you get paid or get paid less if you're not 100%? I mean, if you're not meeting your end of the bargain, that's a completely separate subject. But again, there's got to be, the soldiers bear 51% of the deployability thing, and I just think we got to change the mindset, because we do need everybody to participate at 100%.
So it's great to hear the Marine Corps and the Navy dealing with some of the similar problems and challenges that we deal with. But from a manning and training perspective, we go after it a lot of the same ways. We do have the TCCC training that we do require across the board. We absolutely have requirements for participation in mystics and some of the other things that we require of our medics. We have our 68 whiskey certification requirements. We also get after it with some of our partnerships with trauma care. But I tell you, as we look at how the MedCom and the Army Medicine partners with the operational environment in ensuring that we execute things like PROFIS training and getting our PROFIS into operational units for training, not only in preparation for deployment, but as we try to sustain readiness in phase 0, I think that is paying big dividends. And I think, as we continue to shift the paradigm and going after how we look at readiness, and it's no longer an ARFAGEN model, but it's, we have to be ready to fight, and we have to be ready today. Those kinds of things and those kinds of thought processes as far as PROFIS training, reverse PROFIS training, partnership training between Army Medicine and the operational units, some of those things like surgexes and some of the other things we do enhance readiness across the environment and training and equipping.
Yeah. I'm glad you brought PROFIS up. It's one of my favorite words. I think we have to be careful that we don't confuse manning readiness with responsive medical capabilities. So what PROFIS, and what we have realigned PROFIS, for those of you that are not aware of that, and we've shifted, so Europe, you're not covering down on things that are happening in CONUS. And so we're in the process of shifting requirements where geographically they lie. The other thing that we're working on is to ensure that we get people assigned in the right kind of billets. And oftentimes what we find is we have one name covering down on 6 different mission sets. So one of the things that we are asking the line is, tell me what the most important mission is, and then I'll tell you who I have, and then when I run out of Schlitz people, then I will tell you that too, right? Because we owe you the same body. We don't owe you a body, we owe you a person with a name, and that's the person that should train and deploy with you, not just when you're getting ready to go off the ramp, but prior to. You have to build that level of trust, and providing care and compassionate medical treatment to our soldiers. There's a level of trust there. And when you train with somebody, you're more apt to fight with somebody, and we're all in. I would say the other thing that we're doing a really good job, the boss just signed last week our optimized manning guidance, and this guidance does a really good job with nesting itself with Army goals as well as DoD initiatives. And so we've done some adjustments to those guidance, and that will be talked about later this week during our CDL DTS.
I disagree with you on one point. I got building a team, but I'm more concerned that your surgical team is a team than your brigade, my brigade commanders knowing the surgical team. I mean, we have to trust, you have to trust our training and selection process. And so I think if you can only give yourself so much time away, I would much rather, and I'm in disagreement with a couple of my bosses on this, but to send you to a CTC to practice, miles, casualties, et cetera, in my mind, if you can only spend so much time away, I would much rather see you down in Honduras or some other place doing actual trauma surgery, and that trauma team builds that team. Don't worry about us, because again, you can't guarantee, I mean, we can build a great team, but how do I know that that doc is going to be the one who actually treats them, or they may end up in the medical system? So we have to trust the medical system, but to me, what's most important is that the medical capability exists, not the fact that I know exactly who the Profis doc is. We'll figure that out on the ground, and high stress, the pointy end of the spear, most people get along. But it's that trauma team has got to be formed, stormed, normed, and performing at the critical period. And so, but again, I'm probably in some disagreement with some peers and et cetera, but sending you to a CTC to practice miles casualties doesn't help you get the reps that you need on dealing with trauma. And as long as the soldiers know that you're capable, when they're looking up, that team piece will be there. So it's a balance, I know, but I'm more concerned in your overall medical capabilities. And where you can't have that, that's where you've got to tell us what we've got to focus on when it comes to our combat. You should help drive combat lifesaver. You should help drive first responder training for us, because this is what you're seeing when we finally show up at the cache with a wound, or further on down, or quite frankly, hey, this is what we're seeing when it comes to, I had my regimental surgeon came to me and said, and this is not an indictment against a certain functional fitness, but he said, sir, we got to stop this because we're tearing shoulders. And because, typical 18-year-old, I can do that, and I can't. And so we were hurting more people. So that constant dialogue between the medical providers and the commanders saying, hey, we got to modify some behavior here. Because on the line, we'll beat our heads against the wall because it feels good when we stop. You need to tell us.
Don't beat your head against the wall.
Yeah, please stop doing that. That you're not helping yourself. So there's that constant dialogue.
And a quick alibi, I think one of the things we need to transition from is the idea that Profis is an individual that's aligned to a unit ready to deploy. And in this environment where we potentially have massive casualties, we all have to see ourselves as Profis in the AMED. We all have to look at our MRC3s, just like everybody else, and look at our training and look at those critical clinical task lists that we're talking about, those reps, so that even if you're not identified as Profis, as you will, you understand that we all have a role and we have to be ready to deliver that role in potentially a very short time. And so we've got to get away from that focusing just on making sure a Profis is ready, both physically, mentally, and clinically, to making sure that Army medicine is ready, such that we can meet any demand that's going to come at us.
That's part of that sustained readiness model, right? Everyone's ready to deploy, all units, all people. Well, this would be a good follow-on question then. What methods can we employ to improve realistic training of our first responders, the surgical teams, the field hospitals? In the past, we've sent teams down to the Ryder Trauma Center. I don't know if we still do that or not. I think that was always a great way to develop team capability, as well as to get the surgical cases necessary for our FSTs. And then I recently read something about the Army Reserve Medical Command sending 25 soldiers to the Rosebud Indian Health Service, again, to get hands-on care. Many of our reservists don't work day-to-day in a healthcare setting. So at any rate, then I throw this out to the panel members. What do you see as what we can do now and in the future to improve realistic training for those first responders, our surgical teams, and our field hospitals?
So a lot of ways to try to get after what's very complicated. First, in medicine, we train differently. We train much more narrow, much more specialized throughout our training. When I say I mean collectively the clinicians. And so getting reps on the type of casualties you would see in a warlike environment will be challenging. Right now, we're looking at a pilot in Honduras where there's an opportunity for our teams to go down as teams and get reps in an environment where care is austere, and that would exercise the field hospitals as well as the surgical teams and the medics. Partnering with our civilian communities, looking at the trauma centers and getting in there with our surgeons and our teams whenever possible, bringing in more complex care into our healthcare systems. So looking at making sure that we are able to take care of the complicated patient. It's not all trauma, right? Mostly what we deal with actually is DMBI. And in a prolonged environment, having the ability to take care of critically injured individuals and keeping them alive is important. And so we're going to have to look at partnering with potentially our VA and our civilian community to make sure we get those individuals in. And the last thing I think is pushing to establish trauma centers within our MTFs where it makes sense. And so right now, Womack is not a trauma center, but looking at getting them the capacity is something that's very realistic. And then that would open up care, because the young, healthy soldier doesn't give us those opportunities, but for that community, and bring some of those reps into our facilities.
I know there's several initiatives. We don't quite want the SOCM level for the conventional force, but we need additional capabilities for conventional forces. As we stand up the 1st SFAB Brigade and understanding the Chief of Staff of the Army's vision of them operating, similar to an ODA, they're going to have that capability. So I know, we've got to increase the level of training for our medics. We have to increase the level of training for our non-medical personnel. As a battalion commander, we sent some of our EMT Bs and Is, did some ride-alongs in New York City when we were training cadets, and this was prior to 9/11, and it actually, the first time they saw a gunshot was not on the battlefield that happened before. So I know that requires partnering with the local community, but I think we have to look at new and innovative ways. I know there's a lot of technology out there that's being worked. Whatever else we can do to increase not just the medics, because again, the medics, only one per platoon out there, and if we're operating in smaller elements, they won't be the first ones that show up and have to do the initial treatment. So whatever we can do to continue to push the envelope on that realistic training so that the first time they see it isn't on the battlefield. And then, quite frankly, you have to be able to talk about it afterwards and make sure everybody understands what they just saw and have to deal with it, because we are all wired a little bit differently.
I think we have to look at the type of soldiers we have in our formations and what appeals to them, and so pushing the envelope on virtual type training. I also think part of training, although it's not as sexy, is the muscle memory of how to set up a tent. How do you array your equipment? We've spent many years falling in on equipment, and we need to learn how to be able to haul it, put it up, and get back to, dare I say, the old days of RTEP standards of getting it done, the task condition standard done to a time, and know that we may not just fall in on equipment. And so use the equipment, sometimes pulling out sets, kits, and outfits that we haven't never opened before, and do inventory. All the things that aren't as exciting as working on a patient, but are equally as important, because without having the right kind of equipment there in place, you wouldn't be able to do those things. And I also think we need to partner. Some of the best training I ever did was training when I went across international boundaries of the state of Ohio into Michigan, right? And trained with other states, or trained with other components, to know that that's okay, and we should do that because we're going to fight together. We should train together too.
When you consider the level of trauma that our combat medics have seen, and very often our combat lifesavers, and maybe even the soldier on the battlefield. But I want to talk about, just for a second, the idea about our combat medics who are seeing extensive trauma, and then they come back to the medical treatment facility. How do we maintain those skills for them?
So as we roll out all the things I just discussed, it's not just, we tend to talk a lot about surgeons, but we're talking about surgeons, surgical teams as well. And so I talked a little bit, I mentioned already, the expeditionary combat medic, and making sure that they have the skills, because they too will be pushed far forward with expanded capabilities. Getting them down to Honduras as well to participate, when we looked at trauma at the trauma centers and looking at establishing trauma centers within our own TFs, placing the medics where they need to be in order to maintain their clinical competencies, which would be in an emergency room as an example.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll add in there
Yeah,
too
go ahead.
that
Sorry.
it's not going to really be any different than what people have said, but at least gives you an idea that we're sort of doing the same thing with the Marine Corps, and that is the establishment of med centers or trauma centers. Camp Lejeune, for example, North Carolina has now opened up to be a medical center which is going to be receiving trauma. It's sort of in a rather austere, for those of you who've ever been to Jacksonville, North Carolina, not too far from Fayetteville, but it's pretty much the only show in town for trauma. So getting our corpsmen to those areas where they're going to most likely see trauma. We're also collaborating quite a bit with the Navy Trauma Training Center, for example, which is in LA County. And we send our teams there. I didn't mention that earlier when I was talking about some of the other partnerships that we've established. But the Navy Trauma Training Center works pretty closely with the folks on the green side and tries to get people, our corpsmen and our medics, if you will, get our corpsmen that type of exposure that they would most likely see, in a combat scenario. But I got to say, it's tough because we're sort of training to the types of injuries we're used to seeing, but we don't know what we don't know. And one of the things that we worry about, or at least I worry about, is what type of injuries haven't we seen yet that our guys aren't training for, in the next war. So we don't know about, we haven't done a whole lot of training on sea burning injuries or flash burns or, electromagnetic pulse injury. I mean, there's so much out there that we have to be thinking of that we're not really preparing our guys for. I think we've become pretty competent in penetrating trauma and multiple amputations, or at least, over the last 12 years with that type of exposure, but we've got to make sure we're keeping an eye on other things as well. I don't know how to, and I'll be honest with you, I don't know how you find training to take care of those types of injuries, to be quite honest.
So in addition, so I believe this is one of those places where we leverage training on both sides, institutional and operational. So what we see is that it's not just about the medics and the healthcare providers and the clinicians, but there are skills that atrophy when you come back from combat and go into a different environment. Things like being able to operate the IT systems that are necessary to enable any forward surgical team or ASMC or anything else to be able to do their jobs. Class 8 requisitioning and some of those other things that you may not have a logistician, but that's the job of the medic to make some of those things happen. So what we do is try to partner with the institutional environment and the operation environment to not only focus on training from a perspective of medical skills reset in the MTF, but the reverse of that, so that when we have training opportunities in the operation environment, we pull those individuals out of an MTF or TDA facility or whatever it is to come train in the operation environment so you sustain those skills. I think the bottom line is that we have to maintain partnerships. We have to leverage opportunities in both environments, both to execute those clinical skills and all the enabling skills that goes with putting a team together to deploy in any kind of environment.
Okay, well, we've got quite a few questions from the field, so I'm going to intersperse these. This is a question for General LaCamera and Colonel Nesbitt to address. Are we appropriately including medical operations in our combat training centers, CTC, and in your view, are commanders giving medical training appropriate attention?
Yes, I mean, we could always do more. Some are. I mean, again, I think we've got to do a better job. We, within the 18th Airborne Corps, defined, combat. I think that we've conflated combat lifesaver and first responder. So some people are saying, hey, 2 combat lifesaver per. I've gone back and said, no, everybody needs to be combat lifesaver, which is the baseline, and then above that would be first responder. And what we've got to do is we've got to get some kind of baseline on what that is. You know, you go to the 82nd, they've got All-American First Responder, the Eagle First Responder, the 101st, Ranger First Responder. I mean, everybody's got their, I think, again, what should be driving it isn't what the commanders want. It's a dialogue from the medical community that says, hey, this is what we're seeing, this is what you could see, this is what you should be training on. I think the CTCs, it provides some, but again, it could be, again, we got to be real careful, because if we want to set up a cache and make sure that we're going through that whole piece, then, you know, we're taking time away where the medics or the docs can be out doing some higher level skill training and not dealing with miles casualties. But it's a reality on the battlefield. And again, I think we've got to reintroduce the fact that you've got to set the conditions for a medevac, whether ground or air, and as I stated previously, you got to kind of change the mindset that you got to eliminate the threat before you can conduct your casualty evacuation. And I think the MRAP untrained us in a little bit. We're getting back to focusing on the right things now, though.
So for me, we can do better. I think we have opportunities to integrate those medical capabilities and those training opportunities. And in my mind, you know, as a brigade commander, it's one of those things that we're pushing real hard to leverage CTCs, warfighters, AWAs, and different training opportunities, because I think it's absolutely imperative to exercise those mission command functions in conjunction with the warfighter and the sustainment warfighting functions as they're executed on the battlefield. I think it's absolutely imperative that commanders across the entire spectrum of medical health care delivery in the operational environment have to understand how to provide predictability in the sustainment environment. I think we all have to understand how to communicate across the operational environment. I think we have to understand how to deliver our medical capabilities, such as evacuation, hospitalization, and things as simple as protection, force health protection and force protection in those environments. Without proper rehearsal, without multi-echelon training, without external evaluations to validate that training, external to our own organizations, I think sometimes as you move into the environments that we're talking about in SRM, as we go into theater opening and moving into decisive action from phase 0, we may end up in a situation where, from a mission command perspective and from a command and integration perspective, we may not be ready. So I think that we absolutely have to look at the importance of, we must train as we fight, and in the SRM environment, in an environment where we have to report against objective T, we need external evaluation, we need multi-echelon training, and we need training under the construct already set forth.
This next question is focused on readiness, General Crosland. This was sent to you. But what exactly is this emphasis on readiness? Is there a checklist, a matrix, online training that determines when a soldier's ready? Is there a new emphasis on this? 10 years ago, it used to be the APFT Go, PHA Green, weapons qualified, CLS, first responder certified, or does the Chief of Staff have a different vision of what qualifies or quantifies a ready soldier?
Okay. Now, I won't presume to speak for the Chief, but I will share, when I think about readiness, is both, first, the individual readiness. General Cameron already touched on that, the train, physical, mental, spiritual strength. That's the individual readiness that we all need to bring. And in a responsive medical force, are we ready to do what we need to do in any given environment? With respect to the question of is there a list or a matrix? Actually, yeah, we're working that right now. It's called the critical clinical training task list, where the consultants, along with our enlisted corps, has gone back and taken a look at the things that we, as Army Medicine, believe are core competencies that we have to deliver just about in any deployed environment. And we've developed that list, and that list will go into MedPros, and we'll push it out and talk a little bit more about it later this week on training to that and then refining that list once we get feedback from the field. And so, yeah, there is a list and a matrix that will help us establish what should be a baseline, and I want to take a plug in again, a baseline for all Army medicine, not just ProFIS, right? We'll start out with ProFIS, but the right answer is that we all maintain those critical clinical task list training.
How important has this medical transformation initiative, you know, the commander's portal now that's available down to, I think, company level, and the e-profile in terms of helping the line commanders with the individual medical readiness that you talked about of their soldiers?
So that's a tool that we've put out for commanders, and so I'm going to just defer, sir, to you. That's meant to be an operational tool that allows commanders, and we greatly appreciate the feedback on what we thought it would do is give visibility to a commander very quickly on where their readiness stands, and with respect to their surgeons, help get after that readiness from the commander's perspective.
I know what I'm supposed to say.
We want you to be honest, come on.
I mean, I think part of our problem is we got commanders, company troop battery commanders are spending too much time staring at a computer screen and not talking to their soldiers. To be quite honest with you. And we're constantly feeding the beast. And, you know, for every minute that they spend looking at a computer screen, they're not talking to a soldier. And I think also we've got to redefine, you know, span of control. Used to be 3 to 5, now it's we expect everybody. I mean, if you read the book Tribes, if you understand tribes, if you understand why a company is set at 150, right? Goes back to the Roman legions, go back to tribe between 100 and 150, right? Because that's where you lose your identity. I mean, my company first sergeant knew every soldier in the company. I mean, he talked to them, every single one that came in. Every time we ran into a soldier out in the field, he asked them about, I mean, it was just absolutely phenomenal. I was at a the SHARP conference a couple of years ago, and we all remember the first sergeant who exposed the cyberbullying. And she, in the panel, said that, oh, you know, once a week she goes in and goes in the barracks. And I'm like, holy cow. She was excited about once a week. I mean, again, we did this to them because we designed these new barracks. You know, the one-by-ones, and they're out and they're isolated, and they, you know, and they're separate from the company areas. For anybody who has kids in school, I mean, you know, college, I mean, I've paid for my children to have roommates. Colleges believe it's probably a financial thing, but colleges believe it's important that they have, you know, they have somebody to share the burdens of that. Yet we, again, in the ultimate contact sport and the most stressful organization that there is, you know, we separate them at the end of the day, and we separate them from their chain of command. And we think that, you know, and I got it, it's the new generation, they can, you know, text and do that. No, this is high touch, not high tech. That's what we are. We've got to know our soldiers. And do we know our soldiers? Can you know your soldiers by filling out a form, or do you have to go out there and talk to them? You have to get to know them. Now, you can't expect them to know, a battalion commander can't know, you know, he might be able to recognize every soldier, but again, I go back to the tribe. We have to redefine our tribes. It's about 100 to 150. It's the human capacity, and you got to get out and you got to talk to them. I don't think you can get it by putting it in a format. Somebody else can track it, you know, where they are in it, but I think it comes down to, you know, getting them the care that they need. And it's not just, hey, you know, you're this, go over there and get fixed. It's, no, walk in there and see them on a day-to-day basis. Make sure that they get to their appointment. You know, we try and come up with all this different training. Hey, there's no reason why a sergeant or a specialist or a corporal can't escort a private to get the medical care that he or she needs. So I disagree with it. You know, as a deputy commander and having to, you know, report this stuff in, I struggle with it because we keep looking at, we keep thinking that well, if they had just filled the form out right, or if they had just, when was the last time the commander looked at it? Well, we should be asking the question, when was the last time you had contact with the soldier? When was the last time you actually had an engaging conversation? Can you talk about who they are, where they're from, it's human, right? We are human beings, and I think we've got to kind of change that mentality. At least that's trying to come at it from a different perspective, because it's not working, if you ask me.
This next question is...
Carry on, thank you. But I would also tell you, because I agree with that, I'm a people person too, but I would also tell you that we need to have a way that we can save time for the commander. And so by having a system that can save time to give you a snapshot, as a leader, that shouldn't be the way that you lead. That should be a tool to help you. And I can speak from a National Guard perspective. It was because of IT systems that we were able to build readiness, non-existent readiness, at 24% to the highest it's ever been at 87%. And that's one of the tools that we use to do that.
But this system is designed for everybody above the commander to see if the commander's doing his job. It's not facilitating it for the company commander. It's facilitating all the rubberneckers to be able to look at it and go, oh, when was the last time you looked at it? That's what it does. And it doesn't, and if it triggered someone to sit here and say, hey, so-and-so missed the appointment, and a poll system, that would be one thing, but it's not. It's eavesdropping on company, troop, and battery commanders. We keep talking about unburdening them, and yet we keep telling them to put more stuff into the computer, to put more stuff into the format, and then, but who's analyzing that data other than looking at it going, when was the last time the kid looked at it? That's just what I've observed over the last several years. It's not facilitating them getting the help, getting the soldiers the help that they need. It might be for some, but I have not seen it, because what it does is it allows higher headquarters to drill into it and go, oh, so-and-so hasn't looked at his, but we don't know how many times that the soldier has talked to his soldiers. And we don't know how much he really or she really knows about them. So
I don't know necessarily from a medical perspective we created to be Big Brother watching. We wanted to create a system where the commander could reach out to that care provider.
I'm not blaming the medical community.
Okay.
It's clearly on the ops side.
And the medical community wanted to build that relationship that we felt that was suffering, right? To be able to have that communication back and forth with the soldier that was struggling. And so when a clinician gave a profile and you said, oh, he doesn't need that, he's faking it, I've watched him, and having that dialogue, and that dialogue was what was missing. And that was one of the reasons why we put it in place.
The next question is for Captain Hussey. With the current strength of the 8427 and 8403 population, and I think you probably know what that is because I'm not sure, the 8427 and the 8403, do you see benefit from incorporating them further into NSW in order to increase the requirement to drive recruiting? Additionally, how can USSOCOM assist in fixing the end strength?
So I'm thinking 8427, 8403 are probably our recon and our IDC, recon IDCs, our special ops, independent duty corpsmen. Is that whoever asked that? Okay, just so I'm clear and I don't go down a path that's wrong. So the question is, how can SOCOM sort of assist in making sure, because those two communities are extremely low right now with manning, and best I can tell, and I'm not MARSOC, completely different command, but we don't own any of the MARSOC units. But I know they're reaching out to some of our other communities within the other OPFORs, non-MARSOC, non-special operations communities like Recon and Anglico, who aren't necessarily 8427s or 8403s, but have a relatively high skill set and can function in some capacity. What I have heard is that those communities, which I think are around 40 or 50% manned, are looking for avenues to increase the throughput. It's extremely difficult. We have a pretty high attrition rate in those fields. So there's been discussions, I know no one's probably going to want to hear this, but there's been discussions about somewhat lowering sort of the standards, mostly the physical standards to get in as opposed to the knowledge standards. But there are a number of ways to get at this. As far as SOCOM contributing, how can that organization assist? That's probably way above my pay grade, but I certainly would think that the communities would be more than happy to entertain any SOCOM assistance to help raise that, because it's a real raise the manning. It's a real problem. We hear about it quite often, actually, the special ops. I'm sure Major General LaCamera is kind of in that field too with the airborne, that the skill set that the providers and corpsmen have in that particular field almost equals that of, for example, of a physician's assistant. So it can be difficult to get the right people in there.
This next question has to do with the future of the medical brigade. Will they continue to become more modular? Will more advanced and specialized healthcare sections be assigned directly to BCTs?
Well, I hope we don't become any more modular. We're dealing with modularity now, and I tell you, it's all good. From a brigade perspective, I think as we continue to look forward to how we fight, how we have to function in a multi-domain environment, and we have to have capabilities forward. We have to be able to sustain and treat casualties in forward areas. Not necessarily in the division rear or the corps rear. We have to have capabilities that are far forward and assigned to BCTs or other combat type organizations. So I think that, you know, if I was supposed to predict that we would take a hard look at some of those capabilities and where those capabilities sit, and figure out what exactly has to be in direct support in the core support area or the division rear area support area, and what has to be far forward. So I think that leads us to, I think in future there will be a lot more capabilities directly assigned to those BCTs.
This next question for the panel: who owns combat casualty care? Line commander, the AMED, both? Who or which is ultimately responsible for ensuring excellence in combat casualty care?
No, commanders are responsible. You have commanders in MedCom, right?
Yes, sir.
We have line, commanders are responsible. It's just what it comes down to. We can't outsource it. But again, I go back to what General MacFarland said and what I said. I mean, you know, what's the true purpose? And it's to put soldiers, you know, in harm's way, to accomplish the mission. And those that get wounded, we got to be able to evacuate them. And if they can't contribute, put them back in the fight, then we got to make sure we take care of them for life.
Another question regarding Army and Marines. A way to overcome sustainment challenges certainly involves med logistics as one of the challenges in support of a widely dispersed force and small teams. So how does the Army, Marine Corps work together for these, to overcome some of the sustainment challenges that we have with a widely dispersed force?
Well, who defines the standard? I mean, who defines the standard of equipment? I mean, when you look at a Marine squad, they're not outfitted the same as an infantry squad when it comes to certain equipment, on their weapons, et cetera. So I think we've got to set one standard, and if we're going to be a joint force that's interoperable, it's the same thing. You know, we talk about the soft conventional capabilities, but the simple fact of the matter is we have been operating since, as an infantry battalion commander, I was actually assigned to 5th Special Forces, or attached to 5th Special Forces Group in Afghanistan. And, you know, we didn't necessarily have all the same equipment and training, so we've got to define what the baseline standard is if we're going to be a true joint force. And I would argue that it's joint, it's interagency, and it's coalition. And once we define what that standard is, when we get people up and we're operating, so we have to know that. We have to make sure that those that we're operating on the battlefield with are operating from the same standard from a training perspective and from an equipping perspective. Or if they're not, then we need to know as commanders what capabilities are. It's a quick, mental assessment, for lack of a better term, on what true capabilities are. We don't want to employ people who aren't capable of doing the job. If I assume that I attach somebody to another unit but they're not capable, then I've put them in risk. So we just need to understand what the standard is, and we need to understand what everyone's capabilities are as we cross-attach. That's commander's business to quickly assess what their true capabilities are, so we don't unnecessarily put additional burden on the system and put soldiers at risk and Marines.
I think we also have to look at it a full life cycle management process, from the infancy of research, material develop, and then finally fielding, and that we need to partner. I know the Army is leading efforts from a medical device capacity, and I see General Clark down there. I'm sure he'll probably echo and articulate the fact that we're trying to bring all of ourselves together. So in this era of cyber craziness and WannaCry things out there, that we secure medical devices that help care for our patients, but are devices that are also safe to our network and do not require any vulnerabilities. I think it's the same way that we look at in the total force about how we acquire equipment.
I would just echo what the Major General says as far as defining the requirement. Then, if you're actually challenged in meeting the requirement. I think a couple of things that we're trying to do to get after that is reducing the size of some of our what we call AMOLs. Now, it reduces not the capability, right? It keeps your capability, just a little bit of capacity decrement, though, when you kind of reduce stuff, but it lowers your footprint, your weight in your cube, and allows you to kind of move those things a little far forward, because Marines are going to carry that. I mean, that's just what they do. You just put more stuff on their back. I mean, we've outfitted a lot of our Marines now with the capability to give blood, so that capability has gone forward to kind of reduce the tension from the tyranny of distance. And then I think, as General MacFarland pointed out earlier, is the use of unmanned systems, which we've attempted to look at purely for resupply, not doing anything with casualty evacuation on that yet. But that also is another way to sort of get after the disaggregated ops difficulties that follow with logistics.
Well, that's about all the time we have. I first would like to thank all of you who provided your questions during this panel discussion on medical readiness and innovations for tomorrow. Also would certainly like to thank the panel for their very candid and open comments about the various questions that came up, and for providing, I think, some important aspects of readiness and certainly medical readiness. Thank you all for your attention, and I guess we take a break now.
All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, thanks for a great panel to get us started. Captain Hussey, thanks for treading into the Army's tribal circle. General Crossland, I think if I
Thank you, guys. That music was incredible. Never had a music entrance before, so that was pretty impressive. First off, everybody, I want to let you know that I'm sincerely excited and grateful to be here. And I only have 10 minutes. So I'll take one quick minute just to explain why I'm so excited to be here and why I'm so honored to be in front of you. Military is my family. I'm not in the military. My grandfather on my mom's side and his brother both served actively in the military. My other grandfather and all 7 of his brothers all served in the military. One of his brothers got sunk 4 times. He swears till the day he died they actually punched a shark in the nose. I'm not sure if that's really true or not, but he swore by it. My uncle served 26 years in the Navy. My brother is in the Air Force. I have 2 cousins that are both in the Army. One of my best friends from high school has 2 Purple Hearts and still has some shrapnel in his neck that they don't want to get out yet. So to be here in front of you guys is exciting to me. So thank you for your service, and thank you for my 10 minutes. Part of that, and kind of the family scene as well, if you're in my family, you're not part of the military, then you're medical. My mom's a nurse, my dad's a doctor, my brother's a doctor, my other brother's a dentist. I have a cousin who's a dentist in the military. I have another brother who's applying for medical school next year. So I went technology-wise. I didn't go military, didn't go medicine, and I am the black sheep. So somehow in the world of technology, I came back around, and all of a sudden I'm back in the world of medicine. I'm working with Medtronic, Boston Scientific, and Philips, and GE, and helping them train and educate their sales forces and their people. And now I'm talking about medicine and medical education training to the Army. So like this, if I get overly excited and a little bit high-strung, it's the 2 cups of coffee and the life culmination in front of you. So really quickly, again, thank you, Tech in 10. I've got another 8.5 minutes, but if you can go to the next slide, when I was preparing for this, I was speaking to a few people, and I ran across these 2 numbers. And if I yell, can you guys hear me? No. Dang it. I don't stand very well. 11,000 and 134,000. So 11,000 is the number of new recruits approximately you guys have every single month. That's mind-blowing to me. And 134,000 every single year. Comparison. I'm talking to the head of training for the cardiovascular division of Boston Scientific last month. And he's like, Chris, you don't understand how big this is. This new product is going to launch, and we've got 3,500 surgeons to train. Surgeons who already have degrees in medicine, who already have done the residency, who already have 10 years of experience and their specialty, right? 3,500 versus 134,000. That's what you guys do is mind-boggling to train that many people right out of high school, oftentimes, get them up to speed. The tools that Boston Scientific needs compared to what you guys need just are pale in comparison. So I want to talk about that quickly. And if you go to the next slide, please. Why does that matter, right? So if Boston Scientific is sweating bullets over a new product launch to train 3,000 people, right? What goes through your minds and your needs and your daily repertoire to get 134,000 people trained every single year? And what do you need? So to me, it seems like a lot of these things are how to scale the knowledge you guys have, how to sustain the knowledge given to these people that are being trained, how to optimize every experience and every time, every minute you have with those that you're training, and how to increase the readiness as a whole of every single person for every single unit all across the world, because tomorrow might get ugly. Next slide real quick. So how to do that, right? Leveraging every possible medical force multiplier that is given to us and we're able to do, right? Increase the capacity of every single soldier out there, whether they're in the medical field or loading a dock. You never know what's going to happen there. Increase the capacity of the units total, and then be ready, prepared to fight on multiple domains, in multiple experiences, and get the readiness of our troops where it needs to be from the get-go. So with the next 6 minutes I have, I just want to talk about that really quick and hopefully express in some infinitesimal way how the latest technologies that are out there that came out this last year or two that are brand new, how they might expand and multiply your efforts in the field. Next slide, please. So I want to talk about 4 things today quickly. One is real-time immersive 3D. One is virtual reality, augmented reality, and mixed reality. They're all kind of together. So before we talk about what they are, I think it's really important to also talk about what they are not, because it's incredibly important to understand what you can and also cannot do. Talking to a spine group out of San Diego the other day, and they built a spine simulation. It was the world's first enterprise spine simulation and virtual reality we built for them. And we had to go over things that it is not. One thing virtual reality and immersive 3D and augmented reality are not, to be completely clear, they do not replace haptic feedback, the tactile learning, the true muscle memory of touching somebody's heart, feeling it beat, blood gushing around you. That cannot be replaced by anything computer graphics right now. The best way to train for those situations are to really be in them, right? The best way to train for a triage situation is to be in a triage situation, but we can't learn on the field. So we do everything we possibly can, whether that's live tissue simulations or computer simulations or simulated tissue simulations to prepare every person for every experience they might run across while they're in the field. So it will not replace the true touch. It will not replace the retina to retina, human to human, touch your arm interaction, carbon unit to carbon unit. There's something magical there that doesn't replicate and doesn't scale across the board digitally. So those are two things that it just can't do. However, it can do a multitude of things, right, that are important to do. One is scale. You can scale these things anywhere, everywhere, to every nook and cranny of the world. You can simulate and train. I'm running out of time already. I get too excited going on. So I'm going to skip to a few more things here. So time and money. Computer graphics can save time. They can save money. I was talking to a surgeon the other day that has been in the Army, and he said the biggest thing you have to do is train out the hesitation of these soldiers to cut somebody open. Something's happened, and they'll watch them bleed to death because they're too afraid to cut somebody open. You can train out the cognitive memory. You can train in cognitive memory, muscle memory, through computer simulations to overcome those hesitations. My dad's a PA. He's done a lot of speaking. And one time he had a bunch of doctors come up to him, even though he's a PA, and they were asking him questions because he's been doing it for 35 years and he retires next year. And I heard him say just on the side, he's like, why are these doctors going to you? You're a PA. And he's like, it's all about the experience. So whether you're a brand new PA, you're a brand new doctor, or you're a soldier in the field, you need experience. And we all need to just more repetitions, more times in the spotlight. And through computer graphics and VR, you can retain and train more and more experiences than ever before. So real quick, next slide, and we're going to go through this really quickly. What is immersive 3D? This is an app we built for a spine company. Oh, sorry, go back to hit the play button on that. This is on an iPad. So every soldier out there's got a phone, right? We can put immersive, completely 3D interactive training on every single phone. You can pinch, zoom, rotate, drag, slide, cut, extract, anything you want to do. This is the spine, this is orthopedics, obviously. But through a phone, every soldier in the entire world has a phone somewhere, or you can get him a phone. It goes in the pocket. It doesn't require the internet. You can be in the middle of a submarine somewhere at the bottom of the ocean without internet connectivity. You can go over every single surgery you need to, every single situation, every single triage thing you can think of on your phone. Go ahead and then the next slide. Virtual reality. It can also be on a phone. It can go over your eyes from a phone. You pull out your pocket, put in a headset, you're good to go. It can be a 10 by 10 foot booth. They have gloves to simulate haptic feedback. It isn't perfect, but it's there. You can network people in. So you want to train from a neurosurgeon and an anesthetics, and the neurosurgeon's in Zimbabwe, and the anesthesiologist is in Miami, and I'm here, right? They can chime in a network system through a headset, and I can see them. And they can point and say, Chris, do that. And I can see their hand pointing, telling me what to do when they're across the entire world. This is today you can do this. Through the same computer graphics that fit on a phone, they go over my head, and I can see somebody tell me how to do something across the world. Next slide. I'm taking too long. I get too excited. Mixed reality. This is the coolest thing ever invented. This is Microsoft's headset. It is augmented reality. I can put in here computer graphics. It maps the room, right? And you can wear this headset again in Honduras, right? And I can be on the battlefield with connectivity in a live surgery and somebody's bleeding to death in front of me. And I'm like, phone a friend. I need somebody to help me out here. You can have somebody put on the headset who's in DC, see exactly what I'm seeing, walk around and point. And I see their holographic hand and say, stop this right here. Take your scalpel, cut by the neck, find the artery, and pinch it. And they can walk me through that with this headset. Isn't that crazy? We can do that now? Next slide. Again, I get too excited about this stuff. Go ahead and hit the play button on this. We'll see. I've got 30 seconds left. So this is a quick. I did like a proof of concept for you guys. It's in the booth. You guys come ask me questions about it here. But training. You're going to put an 18-year-old kid in the middle of Afghanistan, hit him with an RPG, his best friend's dying next to him, and you're going to say, go get it, right? 18 months ago, you had a training on a dummy that was plastic you cut open and you could fiddle with things, right? We can, with the computer graphics, multiply that education across everywhere. So here's a quick example of that. But we can simulate anything. We can simulate jungles, you can simulate mega cities, you can simulate deserts, and you can put somebody who's going to be saving my cousin's life, who's got shrapnel in his neck still, my friend who broke 2 vertebrae getting blown through a doorway, but can still walk. We can augment that in an incredible way across any spectrum, audience connectivity, and a device, a phone, and the whole, our abilities are only limited by our imaginations. I've taken too much time. Thank you for your service. My whole family thanks you for their service. My whole family's military or medicine. I'm the outlier, so if you have any more questions, come to me at the booth. We're somewhere in the back. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Bring a little more passion next time, will you, please? It would be helpful. All right, so now we have the awkward pause while we look for our next panel. Where are they? Oh, there they are. Sergeant Major. General Sergeant is here. The whole crew is here, I think. And Daryl is here. So come on, come on up. We'll get started. So our first panel got us off to a great start this morning with a wide-ranging conversation, and we'll continue that with our second panel this morning titled Balancing Healthcare Delivery and Requirements. Again, another timely and relevant topic for us today. The panel chair for our second panel is Major General Patrick Sargent, Deputy Commanding General Operations for United States Army Medical Command and Chief United States Medical Service Corps here in San Antonio, and based on performance yesterday, a modestly capable golfer. Right? Our panel moderator for our second panel is Major General retired Daryl Poore, United States Army retired Senior Vice President and Chief Medical Officer of TriServe Alliance LLC. Thank you very much for joining us, and let's give them a warm welcome.
Good morning. Good morning. Almost good afternoon.
Right.
I'm Daryl Poore. The position that I used to have, I changed. I now do health care. I see our trainees in the Troop Medical Clinic here at Fort Sam Houston, which unfortunately starts about 5:30 in the morning. But anyway, I'll let our distinguished panel introduce themselves.
Good morning, I'm Colonel Paula Lodi. I'm the commander of the 44th Med Brigade.
Good morning, I'm Command Sergeant Major Mike Stoddard, Womack Army Medical Center, Fort Bragg, North Carolina.
Good morning, Mike Petro, Director of C-STAR Cincinnati. That's the Center for Sustainment of Trauma and Readiness Skills for the non-Air Force people in the room.
Good morning, I'm Major General Jeff Clark. I'm the Director for Healthcare Operations for the DHA.
And Pat Sargent, Deputy Commanding General for Operations for the Army Medical Command.
Okay. Now, I was told that I would have some cards with questions, but...
Not yet.
Not yet. Oh, I have to say something? Okay.
So this morning we were asked to talk about healthcare delivery within the multi-domain battle space. And what we want to do is to show just a very quick, short video that kind of gives and set the stage for the type of care that we think that we need to kind of understand the nature and the characteristics of it to ensure that we set the conditions for its evolution to be successful within a multi-domain battle space. Could we run that video, please?
I'd like to begin today by sharing the story of an Army Ranger, wounded just a few short weeks ago in eastern Afghanistan. His story is not only a testament to the bravery and skill of our Army Rangers, but to the amazing passion, creativity, and skill of Army medical professionals. Wounded on the objective of a high-value target, this sergeant, already the veteran of 3 deployments, was shot twice, just above his ballistic plates. Immediately, the Ranger medic team performed life-saving first aid, controlling his bleeding and administering freeze-dried plasma. After a difficult exfil, flight medics aboard the MH-47 continued to stabilize Ranger Campbell. Using ultrasound in flight, identified another wound causing heavy bleeding. After a tail-to-tail swap, a flight surgeon inserted 2 chest tubes. And after Ranger Campbell went into traumatic arrest from loss of blood, he performed a thoracotomy, opening his entire left chest, again on an MH-47, identifying a hemorrhage in his lung and surgically correcting it. After 4 minutes of traumatic arrest, Ranger Campbell regained his breathing and stabilized. This Ranger's story is amazing. There is not another Army on the face of this planet that provides the same level of medical care to its warriors as ours does. These are the words of his commander, and I quote, "This is a Ranger who is alive today thanks to the incredible teamwork and precision skill of all the medical team working on him that night. This is the most impressive casualty save I have ever heard of in a combat theater." End of quote. And I second that emotion.
So when we look at, and we've been discussing the nature and the characteristics of what a multi-domain battlefield would look like, it's clearly going to require us to think more seriously about pre-hospital and prolonged health care in a very unimproved, austere environment. And so for me, as the DCGO, with regards to our current Surgeon General, who has placed a mantle on me to kind of look at this activity about how do we blur the lines of the operational force with our institutional base. And so the panel today exists of institutional-based folks and TDA organizations, but also our colleagues from the DHA, as well as our partners within the Cincinnati trauma facility as well. And I think for us, we want to be able to kind of explore some of the questions that I think that we got to look at through the lens of the Walker dip. We talk about this question of the trends that we've seen over time in regards to history relative to the evolution of the advances that we've seen in Army medicine. We can talk about the tourniquet. We can talk about needle chest decompression, chest tubes that have evolved to training our individual line medics to be able to preserve life, as General LeCamera talked about, that platinum 10 minutes, because the evacuation piece is not going to always have that opportunity to do that. And so when we talk about the joint domain piece, how then do we get Army Medical Department to be able to likely be on board joint high-speed vessels with that type of capability to go across a theater of operation to provide that type of support? More importantly, we had some discussion about us being able to generate, what is the requirements? We talk about NTC, JRTC. Arguably, our Surgeon General has asked us to look at it in a more strategic fight to say, well, wait a minute, let's create what we believe to be a multi-domain battle that will allow us, or exercise, that will allow us to exercise within the joint health concept of support with regards to Navy, Air Force, Marines, over large scales. So, I just came out of the Pacific. There is opportunity for us to be able to have our Compo 1, 2, and 3 colleagues with the Air Guard to be able to do the long lift of inter-theater evacuations. We can get the aspect of our inter-theater evacuation with our combat support hospitals to be a part of that as well. So the goal here is for us to be able to kind of look at this more in a way of saying, how then do we create proficiency across that board? Clearly, we talk about from a healthcare delivery standpoint that we don't have the acuity within our facilities to be able to generate that. We talk about bringing in over 65 patients to be able to get some of the ICU and the surgical caseload that we require to get our medics and our surgeons trained. But in a context, we're saying that even if we partner with all the level 1 trauma centers in America, or even brought in all of the folks inside of our trauma facility or in our direct care system, that we just won't have that complex case of care. So we're going to explore this question of some of the expectations of simulation that might take place. So I want to stop there to say, Sergeant Major, when we talk about this and we look at the medic, which we just saw as a center of gravity for our delivered care in an unimproved expeditionary environment, kind of give us your thoughts about how you see your role as a sergeant major of a medical center to be able to support that activity.
Yes, sir. Appreciate the opportunity. And, you know, that video really highlights really capability of the medic and the ability to conform, adapt, and adjust to a patient who really needed that. And I think for me, as a medicine sergeant major, and as I reached across my peers, the biggest thing that we need to do in the conversation I have in my facility is, why is it that we can't, inside our facilities, in a supervised, in a way that is managed, allow our medics to do what they need to do to sustain the skill set that we've done over 15 years. Our Surgeon General and our MedCom Sergeant Major has done a wonderful opportunity in allowing MedCom 40-50 to come out to enforce us to work at the scope of practice that we need to. But we have an obligation to train it. And as we talked about it, it's not just the trauma that you have to worry about. The trauma is something that we are aware of and we have to do. But what about the medic that's on that front line? Take that scenario, and now it's a primary care situation, where in a mega city concept or a near-peer fight with no evacuation, how do they manage somebody with pick your DMBI flavor and have to sustain that for long periods of time? So we have an obligation in the med-cens and the hospitals to really build relationships with our operating force and for those inside of our facilities to make sure we're training so we don't lose what we saw in the video, the ability to sustain across a continuum of medical care. And as I was talking to General Sergeants, we were briefing, really General MacFarland's slide really hit me. You know, we talk about the front lines all the time, but what happens if that front line becomes the rear area in a multi-domain battlefield? What if it's the surgeon who you're going to evacuate to becomes the multi-trauma patient? Are we training across all echelons to ensure that we have that ability to sustain the care we need to? So we have an obligation at the med-cens to absolutely train and do that. Sir?
Yeah, thanks. I think it's important we talk about the civilian partnerships. So, Colonel Petro, could you give us some thoughts about what you've been doing in the Cincinnati, please?
So when picking the partnerships, and this has been a big push, and I've been part of that push, saying we need more and more of these relationships. I'm embedded in the University of Cincinnati, and then we have rotators that come through as part of a training program. We have two other of those, St. Louis and Baltimore, and they're much more currency piece. There are real key pieces to developing those relationships. You can't just say, what is the nearest level 1 trauma center to our MTF, and that's where we're going to go. You have to pick the right mix, the right balance. Places that have really heavy GME, you're not going to find your people able to go in and do what you really want them to do, which is provide that care. What they're going to end up being are shadowers, because the GME program's not going to let us offset the residents too much. So we have to find the balance point for that. And part of that balance point is the buy-in from the civilians. I'm really, really lucky at where I'm at. One of my senior partners, a full professor, the guy that's got, you know, nothing over his shoulder, often says to me, he's like, Mike, the way I serve is when you have to go on short notice, I'll cover down for you. That's how he looks at it, because the balance piece for us is that we have a primary mission, which is, for me, the Air Force or the Joint Force. They have to know that at any moment, I may pull away a piece of that. So we balance that with how many people we go in. We can't be too much of their workforce, because if the balloon goes up and you take away too much, you've just crushed it. But they have to be willing to accept some of that sacrifice when it's a deployment, a short notice training mission, whatever it be. So there has to be real buy-in, not a how much money do we get to take your trainees in. And the last real pitfall I'd put there is rotating people through without that liaison piece. Rotators will not develop that relationship, and they will always show up to be an observer. There has to be some embedded cadre there that have that relationship that can bring them into the fold. They may not be rotating with them every day, but they're that link between the military side and the civilian side.
Yeah, thanks. So General Clark, from a service perspective, clearly we have operational requirements to ensure that all of our folks within our healthcare systems are manned, trained, and equipped. And then there's this dichotomy that we have with regards to the P4I and the metrics that we try to ensure that we have some efficacy or, quote, efficiencies associated with it. So I guess the question that I'd like for you to kind of talk to us about is just how do you see readiness through the lens of the DHA with regards to what the services needs to do to be able to be able to support the multi-domain battle space?
Yeah, I think it's pretty much the same for all of us. I guess over the last 2 or 3 years as I've thought through this, and ma'am, I'll tell you when the slide you've got, if we don't get this right, then the rest of it doesn't matter. And the second slide you often use where you've got the generational force put up beside the operational force, and then the comment that Colonel Nesbitt made about blurring those lines so we think of ourselves as one. I guess in simple terms, the way I've been thinking about it most recently is we have quadruple aim. And quadruple aim is the civilian sector's triple aim with readiness. And so the question is really, did we just add readiness to it, or do we truly have readiness at the center of our system and we build our healthcare system around readiness? That's a distinction with a difference. That's a distinction with a difference. And so going back to purpose, which was talked about in the first panel, I think I share the opinion with most that our direct care system is our first choice. It's the foundation of how we maintain a ready medical force. If it's not, then we've got a challenge, right? Because now we're maintaining MTFs and it's not central to who we are. I think the whole system needs to be focused on making sure we're trained and ready. And so what does that mean? Now, I'll tie into NDAA if I may, specifically Section 706 and 717. Section 706 says is law. It says we should be doing civil military integrated health system. What we have at Brooke Army Medical Center in the center of a Texas integrated trauma system is a great example. Where we're headed with doing the same thing at Camp Lejeune is another example. It's all designed to get case mix index and volume into our MTFs. And then I'll just make reference to Section 717, which basically authorizes us and encourages us to see veterans and also to see civilians where it makes sense for us to do so. I see the VA and our veteran colleagues as huge partners, particularly where we're in close proximity. San Antonio is an example, El Paso is an example, San Diego is an example, where veterans love to get care from us, and we need the volume and case mix index, and we can help our VA colleagues out with access to care. And so to circle back and to try to answer General Sergeant's question is, if we've got readiness in the center and our direct care system is the foundation for a ready medical force, then everything we do should be trying to maximize volume and case mix index within that. I'm going to hush here in a minute, believe it or not. Some of the metrics that we hold ourselves accountable for. As an MTF commander, one of the things I was told to do was decrease purchase care cost. Well, that's a good idea for many reasons, but if you're not careful, you'll try to recapture things that aren't readiness related just for the sake of decreasing cost. We have to be careful with that, and the things that we measure and the things we hold ourselves accountable for will drive commanders' behavior. Thank you.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you. I think we've used the term quite often about blurring the lines. And so the question that I'd like to pose to Colonel Lodi would be, as a medical brigade commander, and oh, by the way, I can switch places with you because I really like that job. But with regards to this question of objective T, and then the relationship that you have with the hospital med center at your location, and then this question of the training and proficiency of the profes that's involved in your operations in support of real-world operations going on today. Do you see that these folks are coming to you trained, prepared to execute that mission? And then in the context of multi-domain battlefield, do you believe there's some leadership opportunities that we need to do to kind of better train people to be proficient at that level?
Yes, sir. And first of all, thank you for inviting me to be on this panel, and I think that the operational perspective is an incredibly important perspective to bring to this discussion. With regard to PROFIS, I'll just start out saying I think there are problems with PROFIS, the PROFIS system, but PROFIS is not the problem. I think we like to hang a lot of our problems on PROFIS, but they're not the problem. Over 13 months of command, we've deployed 13 units, averaging 1 a month, and it's been 2 individuals that were just not a good fit for the team that they were about to deploy with. So our rate of integrating PROFIS into an organization and getting that capability downrange is not the problem. I think Objective T needs some work. Objective T drives us to a very checklist-oriented assessment of our readiness. And as we balance that against the demands of multi-domain battle, that's a very ambiguous thing that we're trying to train capacity for. So we'll have to, at the operational level, we'll have to balance that. I think what is confounding our commanders today is the way that we source our capability. I know on the CONUS side, the way capability is sourced, with that 1 unit a month capability set, just pushing units out, I am constrained to just keep up with putting a specific capability downrange without regard for its ability to integrate and synchronize itself onto the larger battlefield. And I know the commanders on the receiving end of the deploying units have equal challenge being able to rapidly bring folks in over a period of a 12-month deployment, 9-month deployment, and get them to rapidly integrate and synchronize themselves. I think as we go to a multi-domain battlefield, that will become increasingly hard. We don't have the training venues to train that at home station, and that's really where our focus should be. If I could give examples, and I say this, the examples I have are examples of today, but I think anything that we're going to do to innovate for ourselves moving forward to meet the challenges of multi-domain battle, we'll do it amongst the op-tempo that we're currently living. And I think tomorrow General Lyon will talk about things that the Center of Excellence is doing to innovate with our organizations and our manning and our equipping and our training base. But those innovations will occur within the operational force that while it's executing mission. So the COSC, I've got a COSC in Afghanistan. It's a partial unit deployment. It's only 9 people. It's 3 teams of 3 with 3 PROFIS in charge of each of the teams that's covering the entire Afghanistan. The sourcing is an economy of force sourcing. From that is coming advancements with telebehavioral health. That's a good thing. But a lot of commanders' risk assumed in putting 3 teams of 3 across an entire battle space where the commander is simultaneously the commander, the behavioral health consultant for the theater, and a provider himself. Our medlog companies in 4 different countries, in 5 different locations, that is getting us to what multi-domain battle wants us to be in terms of distributed ops But nowhere in our leader development construct do we train a company commander and a first sergeant to have the company commander in Kuwait, the first sergeant in Qatar, the XO in Afghanistan, with 2 teams up in Iraq. Our leader development constructs don't set us up for that. Our FSTs are as close as we're coming to a capability that meets the multi-domain model, and our FSTs that are with our unconventional forces are doing the best with it, mostly because they're partnered with folks for whom this concept is not foreign. And that all of the successes that, that we are having is due to relationships, crew selection, and talent management. So I think that there's some opportunities to get to the level of innovation that we need to get to innovate with what we're doing to support the warfighter, and we can do it with the force that we have currently working for us now.
Okay, super. Sure, you have some questions there from the group?
Yeah, actually I do. If I might, first, let me say that our Army Surgeon General has an impossible job. Having watched more than a couple of our Surgeons General try to juggle as many different responsibilities and balls, if you will, and get them all right, is impossible. And it's truly remarkable what they do. Particularly what I've seen from the first 6 months, ma'am. Who's counting? I know. Major General Sergeant also has a job that gets more and more difficult almost every day. Not just juggling everything, but with all of the new requirements, fewer people to do them. General Clark has an impossible job. General Clark and I go back, well, we won't say how many years because that would date us, but no, Jeff, don't do that. No, General Clark, don't.
Take my shoes off.
I once tried to get General Clark to come train in a program that I was in and failed. He obviously has done very well, so he obviously chose quite well. Colonel Lodi probably has the best job in the Army, or at least one of them. She knows that, but it too is incredibly difficult. She's pulled more different ways by more different commanders in more places than just Fort Bragg, and kudos to you. Colonel Prado, I have to tell you that I've never seen anybody who came out of Cincinnati who was any good. Oh, wait a minute. I graduated from medical school there. Never mind that. But it's remarkable what you're doing because you hit several nails right on the head. If you don't have someone there who has the trust and the confidence and the working skills to work with the folks at the civilian organizations with as many ways as they're pulled, it just never works. So my congratulations and thanks to you. And Command Sergeant Major Stoddard, you also have one of the best jobs in the Army. I've worked with a number, no, actually, many senior non-commissioned officers, as I think the entire panel would agree. And I don't know that any of us could stand up and truthfully say we didn't learn more from them than we ever taught them. So, okay, now, having said that, Sergeant Major, you get the first question, which is actually about 6 questions, but
I like it.
But you can handle it. Yeah.
If I can't, I'm sure I got some backup.
Okay, actually the first 2 actually blend into one another. And it says, the example provided on the video demonstrated a medic who had advanced training and the competence and skill to act in a crisis scenario. Within the MedCom model, access to care often takes priority over all actions, even to the point of allowing commanders to take risk regarding training. How are we to train soldiers to this level with decreased manning, metric-based standards, and reluctance to allow the medics to work at the top of their skill level, particularly if they've already come out of something like we saw this young man?
Sir, that's a great question. And I actually wrote it in my notes. I think, and this is going to sound very generic, and I'll explain it. I think we got to find a way to get to yes. I think sometimes in our medical command, and I'll speak from my experience, we find a way to get to no too often. There is a balance between your readiness requirement and what you have to balance for your beneficiary care. But I can tell you it's doable. And it's with the right command emphasis, the right prioritization. And what I realized quickly as I went across the board and asked some of my peers is we're getting after it, and it can be done. Tripler has a great program. I think it's called the 4-3T or something, where every 4th Thursday they're doing something in relation to training. So I think you have to balance your requirements and have as a command, put the right emphasis on understanding the readiness of our soldiers is a non-negotiable. So you have to find the time in your schedule, and it is doable to balance those requirements, because ultimately we're not chasing a metric. If you take care of the people, you train the people, and you take care of your organization, you can get after the readiness requirements of your facility. If you find yourself chasing a metric, your readiness is probably going to have a detriment. So that question's great, because I think that sometimes we struggle with some of the external pressures we have to meet some of those metrics, but the reality is you can meet those metrics and balance your requirements for readiness with a little planning, a little preparation, and really just communicating what your training guidance is and making sure you have a clear communicated message on the importance of readiness within your facility. So that goes from everything from getting your ProFist folks out to the range. That goes to everything from doing your 350-1 or your Army Warrior Tasks and Drills, to doing the medical training in the facility that is required. That video is a well-trained, if you look at the organization they're from. But there is absolutely no reason with the right creativity and the right ingenuity, we can't take a conventional medic with the right ability inside the facility and train them to be just as adaptable, just as skill set. But it goes with building relationships and finding those training opportunities that the hospital can't provide with those outside your facility and the operational force to meet some of that you saw in there. So it's a tough job, and we're not asking, it's not just snap your fingers and say it's easy, but the reality is with the right prioritization, the right emphasis on readiness, you can get after it, and I hope that answered the question.
Sure, I'd like to make a comment towards that. And I'm smiling here because I just got a note passed to me by the Surgeon General who says, hey, look, we're going to take a look at your radar, which is a form that we look at a lot of metrics that we have to kind of subscribe to as an organization. But the discussion is about how then do you operationalize that particular discussion to what General Clark was saying, and you balance the requirements as relates to what is required of the medic, what's required of the nurse, what's required of the physician to be trained. And so I would tell you, this Surgeon General, when she got on board, she said every facility is going to be 100% trained, 100% funded. So every hospital in Army medicine, sir, that gets a business plan or their performance plan, they're all funded up front at 100%, no decrements. And so the question is, how then do we balance from the organization and say, I gave you this pot of money to train your force, be it the medical ready force or your internal force. And we saw throughout looking at data that there certain individuals were not going after in training their, just take 4 surgical teams or their profes individuals, as Sergeant Major was just talking about. So there's got to be some level of operational understanding of what level of readiness is being produced from a medical center so that we can get to Objective T as well, along with our colleagues in the medical force. So I believe that that's what the Surgeon General is going to be asking me to do, is to really come back and say what level of readiness are we producing with the money that we provided our particular organizations.
Just for clarity, with that vignette that was shown, that was not a medic who did the thoracotomy, right? That was a well-trained trauma surgeon who trained in that environment. But it was the entire team from point of injury with very highly skilled medics who were able to get them there alive. It doesn't matter how big your hospital is, you can't fix dead. But for clarity, that's not the level we're looking to train every medic. I would love to do it. That may be unrealistic, but along that spectrum is where we need.
Yes, sir, I hope that wasn't confused. I don't expect a medic to perform that procedure. What I expect, though, is the medic maybe to understand that procedure. And if I really go to the Surgeon General's intent for understanding scope of practice, if I understand what the physician is doing, I am better enabled to provide that service to that provider and help that situation do what you just saw. But that doesn't stop, I guess what I want to get across is the medic then doesn't become the person that just watches the procedure. There are things that the medic can do to build capability and capacity to be able to help with that procedure. That's what that demonstrated as we went across. So your point's valid, sir, and I hope that wasn't misunderstood. I didn't expect the medic to do that procedure.
Okay. That actually leads into the next question and says basically the same thing. And General Sergeant, it's directed towards you, which may be unfair. Sorry. Ranger Campbell's life was saved by a reservist trauma surgeon who sees about 750 trauma cases per year, compared to the average Army surgeon who sees about 125 cases per year. Then it goes on to say, is the goal to put Army surgeons in busy civilian trauma centers to get them to the level of the surgeon who saved Ranger Campbell's life?
So I think the answer is yes, but I go back to this question of scope and scale that we've been discussing. I don't think that we have the scale to be able to provide the level of acuity that we see on a battlefield across the entire United States. That was kind of my opening remarks in that regard. So I would argue that we got to get to some level of blended here piece, and General Clark and I talked about this as it relates to, we have to have the partnerships that allow our physicians and team of folks to be able to go out and support civilian trauma facilities to get the training that's implied inside of this, the note that the question was being asked about. But I think it's also important for us to go out and seek opportunities, such as what we're doing in Honduras, for instance, and other places to get that same type of training. But even that said, with the scale and scope of our Compo 2, 3, and 1 surgeons that we got out there, we're gonna have to look at simulation. And so there's a big debate about what is the level of proficiency you can gain from simulation, because the injury profiles, and this is going back to looking at the Walker Dip and the continuity of war, the actual injury patterns that we see today, are they going to be the same in 2050 and 2060? Don't know. Electromagnetic spectrum that is out there. So we're fighting a fight that we're looking at through the lens of a contemporary operation in Afghanistan or Iraq with IEDs and things of that particular nature, burns, etc. So the question for us is, what is going to be that next pattern of injury profiles that we have to train our folks to be ready for? But I guess this question of also about, John Gaddis talks about consensus can incorporate contradictions. And so it's simply, in my mind, is saying that we got to get to some level of consensus about what are our requirements, and then what level of proficiency our team or suite of providers need to be able to achieve. As an aviator by training, I know that there is an environment that I got to be trained in day, night, NVG. And so the question, and I think that we're developing this across the DHA, and I'll defer to General Clark, but I think it's an aspect that they're doing to try to figure out how can we, by MOS, by AOC, discern if this person is qualified to go do their actual mission in a combat environment.
Yeah, it's actually an MHS approach. I think you're talking about KSA's
yes.
knowledge, skills, and abilities, which is looking at it, and they started with surgeons, and orthopedic surgeons, and anesthesia providers, and they're going to continue across to include nursing, obviously, and primary care, and then it also needs to be the same. I think there's already some good work being done in Army medicine on what are the skills of our enlisted folks ought to have, so we can document those, and so forth. In my view, that would drive the volume and case mix index that we want within our direct care system. Because again, I keep going back, I really believe our direct care system is not going to be the only way we maintain readiness, but I think needs to be foundational to that. And then we would build on that with simulation, and then we would, in a way, outsource to go to places, to folks like Cincinnati. I don't mean that in a derogatory manner, but we would send folks to round out the skill set that we need. The challenge, I think, is sometimes it's very hard to get enlisted and nurses into places like Cincinnati. We can work to the top of our license in our direct care system. When we send folks out, it becomes much more difficult. There are some places where they've had some pretty good success with that. Camp Lejeune in East Carolina have done some pretty remarkable things. But I think, going back to the metrics piece, I think we need to hold ourselves, the metrics matter, right? Man, what we hold ourselves accountable for matters. And so I think we need to look at how do we measure what level of case mix index, what level of medical force is going on within a military treatment facility, and is that commander doing everything he or she can to optimize that mix for whoever is spending time in there. Some of the things that Colonel Lodi is doing with WOMAC and basically saying, I've got some folks that need some competency skills. Why don't we work together to rotate my folks in? Again, I think that's just another example of blurring the lines, but you don't do it without volume and case mix index within the direct care system.
Okay. The next two questions actually kind of dovetail into one another. The first says, what are the hurdles to training our medics to the lines requirements while in CONUS, and who in the MTF or whatever institution even at the state level, so they're talking National Guard and Reserve as well, prevents us from doing this. Then on top of that, it says, General Clark, are the directed changes to the MTF command and control going to adversely impact operational, medical, and training activities?
I think the short answer is no. It can't, right? Otherwise, we've forgotten why we get out of bed in the morning. Again, I go back to quad aim and readiness being at the center of that. Everything we do, it needs to be focused on that. And Admiral Bono uses the phrase an integrated system of readiness and health. An integrated system of readiness and health. And what she's talking about is fully recognizing that our MTFs are critical and the skill sets that the services need, much of that will occur within the direct care system, and therefore they have to be organized that way. The phrase integrated is really, in many ways, thinking of ourselves as all the assets we have available to us. And what do I mean by that? I mean, we tend to think of the direct care system and the network as parallel. Well, if we're all on the same team and we're all part of how we provide care in the military health system, then all of us should be focused on quadruple aim, right? All of us should have that green circle in the middle. And so how do we work within our networks to optimize every aspect of quadruple aim to include readiness? How do we work within our network so that our direct care system becomes the center of where we do the volume and case mix index that is ready medical force related? That's very different than thinking of ourselves in parallel. That's thinking of the TRICARE plan as an integral part. That's what we're talking about with an integrated healthcare system. I'll use an example that's going on in Europe today. The TRICARE health plan oversees developing a network in Eastern Europe, in Poland and Bulgaria and Romania, were critical to the exercise that's just got concluded. Providing care for service members that maybe get injured during training. Otherwise, you'd have to push all sorts of combat support hospitals and so forth out there to do that. That's an integrated system that General LeMaster is able to direct. And so the short answer to your question is no, it absolutely cannot. Because we're here for readiness.
Yeah, great point. But I think to that point, I think the operational piece of that, because this question of supported and supporting, in this context of unified land operations, right. And so the medical support to an operational combatant commander relative to the Army, i.e. an ASCC.
Right.
And then how do we then have that freedom of maneuver, retain that to be able to provide the resources required for a commander to prosecute the operational aspects of operational art of warfare with regards to the Army's core competencies, its battlefield functions, and then in context of the warfighting challenges that we have. So when we start talking about the exercises that I think that we need to look at to ensure that Army medicine is particularly postured to be able to support that, and I think there's a warfighting experiment going on in the Pacific right now, that we have to play a part of that to be able to generate the requirements, operational, that is understood across the entire system. And so what I guess I'm saying is that there's two different things that we're talking about here. I don't think we should be conflating this issue of the infrastructure piece versus the operational support that's required for a combatant commander to go prosecute land warfare.
Completely agree. You've got to think about it across the continuum and blur the lines.
Yeah.
Okay, the next two kind of blend together too. General Sergeant, one of them is directed to you. It says, aren't you afraid readiness is becoming an overused buzzword? If everything is readiness, we risk losing the focus on true mission readiness. Following on that, just to the panel, it says, currently in the MHS, we train the healthcare team to conduct medicine while in CONUS in an MTF. Where and how do we train our providers to learn how to conduct military medicine or medicine in an austere environment? In other words, readiness.
So I think I'll defer to General Lyon in this conversation that he's going to have in the next couple of days. But I think there's two different schools learning bases. It's clearly the institutional base that we have to train our folks in to give a certain amount of foundation. And we've had this discussion about how do we create a direct commission course for our AMED officers to come into the system. And I'll just be candid. The Surgeon General made a very good point to say, hey, look, what is the requirement for an Army officer? And so I want the basic they need to, our Army medical professionals should go through the same training that our line colleagues go through to ensure that there's no disparity amongst our capabilities when we hit the operational force. So now when we get to the operational force, we have to have the continuation of that operational learning in that environment. And I think that that's the OPD systems that we should be having a status, leader development programs that we have. In fact, we're having one at the end of this week where we bring everybody in and we kind of level the bubbles about how are we campaigning as an Army Medical Department, so that we have our TONE colleagues in the room, our TDA colleagues in the room, and even our folks at the DHA as well. So I think there's a continual, perpetual learning that goes on in Army medicine that I think contributes to our success. And I think it's our competitive advantage as Army medicine to be able to have that level of continuation between the institutional and the operational force of training. But I do believe we got to have some level of certification that goes on as well. And I think that we got to look at an exercise where we can lead that through the joint healthcare system piece as General Clark talked about earlier.
Okay. Can I make a comment to that? So the at the expense of using the word readiness, after the questioner just said we use it too much, readiness is, when we talk medical readiness, there's two sides of that. There's the clinical currency and there's the operational currency piece. And we have to tie those together. And I think very often we don't. We talk about them like they're two very different silos. The vignette that was shown, yes, the person that threw that stitch, I know him, and he is really, really good. And he does it all the time. And are we going to get other people to do it with that finesse, with that many repetitions? Probably not. But the other piece that gets lost in there is it's not just that he does it on a regular basis at a trauma center. He also has operational currency training. Because as a surgeon, I will tell you that once I get the patient to where I can put a knife to the skin, my job just got easier. I am back in my OR. When I'm in the OR, I move about 3 feet each direction. That's it. So it doesn't matter where you put me on the battle space. Once I get to that point, it's good. But in the civilian sector, that process up to that life-saving point is very, very different. I get to stand with my hands crossed like this and direct and not be entwined in it. I guarantee you he was entwined in it at that moment. So the question earlier about how to get the medics to where they can support that procedure, absolutely. Because if that medic has to stand to the side at that point while this team is working, that's lost hands. All of a sudden the guy you want thinking about the next 3 steps is doing step 1. So that's the operational training piece. And we can do that 2 ways. Currently, what we do is a lot of what I would call task training. An individual or an individual small unit does a piece of that training. What we fail at, that General Sargent has alluded to multiple times here, is large exercise. The bigger the exercise that we do, the more seams that we cross over. And you know what? Every time we do it, we find breaks at that seam that we have to fix. So that handoff from the first medic to the flight medic, from the flight medic to the surgeon, you don't learn the problems to that. And let me tell you from experience, there are a lot of problems to it until you do it. If the medic trains solo over here, the flight medic trains over at Rucker, and the surgeon trains at a civilian institution, we miss it. We miss the boat entirely, and we don't have readiness. We have medical currency, and then we have some operational training, but we don't have medical readiness.
Okay, the next one actually is a reserve and guard unit question, so I guess we'll answer that as best we can. It says, with our reserve and guard units, we talk about training, but training missions get canceled due to funding or lack of funding. So how do we get these soldiers ready and trained?
So I think it goes back to this question of resources. And I think General Talley, the last car, made a comment in a meeting I was in. He said that I don't care how big my reserve component is, it's going to be a strategic reserve if I can't get them trained. And so I think the key here is that, you know, as our Surgeon General tells us, this is a total force fight. And we have our general officer colleagues in the room from the Guard and Reserve as well. And we wrestle with this very complex question often. And so I would just say that Global Medic is an exercise that's principally up in Wisconsin that's oriented towards our Guard, Reserve Guard forces with regards to combat support hospitals. And I visited it once, and you saw that there's a lot of institutional knowledge that's contained in that particular force. But guess what? It's aging out. And so we got these 16 years of war, and there's been a lot of people been going back and forth to Iraq and Afghanistan, and they got some proficiency in that. But what we got to be concerned about is, as we start having those individuals retire that had all that experience and expertise, how then do we generate that level of training going forward? And so I think our context has to be that each time we think about complex training operations, we got to make sure that our Compo 2 and 3 colleagues are a part of it. Because to your point, I think it's going to be the complexity of when the force flow starts, and we can talk about a near-peer competitor, we know about what's taking place in Korea, and you look at the majority of the medical units that's going to be looking at that particular fight, a lot of them are Compo 2 and 3. And having served with Compo 2 and 3 folks in Iraq when I was a brigade commander there, they come proficient, trained, and ready to do their mission. So my question is, yes, it's harder for them to get the reps that we get on active duty, but the training and the standards are still the same. And I just think that we got to look at opportunities to do that as it relates to, we just had the exercise inside, and General Clark talked about at Landstuhl. We have reserves come to Tripler to be able to provide backfield when folks go out. So when they come, we got to optimize that particular opportunity for them for the 2 weeks or whatever they're there to be able to get them exposed to the training and for the environment that they're going to be asked to go to if they get called up.
Yes, sir, and if I could just, you know, what I have found very quickly, at least in the medicine capacity, is most of our Reserve and National Guard are civilians within your facility that are already working. So if you can leverage that relationship, do key leader engagements out, you will find a couple of things payback-wise, which helps us with a little bit of our manning shortages, right, at our 80% manning guidance within the facility, but it's reciprocated back by building capacity within the Reserve, and those relationships with those that you may find deploying with an operational unit on whatever camp, post, or station you're on. So reaching out and really building those relationships and really understanding who works in your facility and the positions they hold and what they do outside of your facility can build you some payback with that readiness.
Okay. Okay, actually, I have to admit I didn't expect to see a question like this, but it's directed to General Sergeant and Command Sergeant Major Stoddard. Has the AMED failed to conform to the maneuver force? Why do we need soldiers running hospitals? If the answer is to maintain our clinical skills to save lives, then why do soldiers need to command?
Sergeant Major, let you start.
Yeah. Hey, I'm all about this. So that's an interesting question for me because as I look at that question, I think it answers itself. You know, not that by bio matters, but I spent a lot of time in the operational Army. And I think what I bought as a payback becoming a MedSen Sergeant Major is we leverage, I'm resourced in the hospital, right? Where in an operational unit, I may have some challenges with my timing, right? I've got other things that are going to challenge my medical training for my medics and my enlisted population. My prior job to this was a Brigade Support Battalion Command Sergeant Major, so I can talk to you about what my pharmacy tech did and what my x-ray tech did and what I had to leverage opportunities for them to go back in and build their skill sets. So we need soldiers. You know, the easy answer is in our low density MOSs, my soldiers are doing their job every single day. Right? My pharmacy techs, my folks, they're doing that job. They may not necessarily be doing that on the operational side without a relationship with your operational unit that's associated with you. So I think you absolutely have to provide soldiers within that because I think if we're really talking about what we're saying an overused word of readiness, it builds readiness from that clinical aspect, but it also allows you to build operational readiness when you cross-link with that medical brigade or that operational unit outside the facility. It's a wonderful way to leverage building the right enlisted population to get out and do the job the Army's going to ask them to do. We talk a lot about the 68 whiskey because the 68 whiskey is probably the one MOS that we can't guarantee every single time they're in the hospital they're doing their job every single minute of every single day. So it provides some capacity inside that facility to enforce the 68 whiskey to stay trained and proficient from their clinical. I think the command aspect, I'm not sure where we're going with the command aspect.
So I think it's important to, and I agree with Sergeant Major explanation, but I just want to add to it in the sense that I think we got to look at the operative word in all our formations is medical. And so I think General LaCamera made a very good point. He says that I want a medical professional to be able to provide support to me and my organization when they get wounded, ill, or injured. And so the question becomes, particularly when you look at Korea, and this is the fight tonight context, and the question would be, why do we have a medic in Korea? Well, I've talked to General Sampo and I've talked to General Vando and said, hey, look, it is an opportunity for surgeons. If you talk about fight tonight, they could be executing surgery at 12 o'clock in the afternoon, and if the balloon goes up at 1800, they're proficient in the context of training as a team. And so I think you can't look at a medical facility as a static organization that's looking at a healthcare delivery or benefit. And so we got to, the resources, the funding that's provided to the organization, we got to look at it and see how we're capitalizing on it. And I believe that's what the Surgeon General is going to challenge me to do as it relates to how we look at it from a radar perspective at this particular point. But I think it's key here is that the operational force is looking for people to be able to come in, and how do we set conditions through the suite of medical activity, not just the 10 medical battlefield functions, be it preventive medicine, be it combat stress control, be it veterinary, dental, public health, and the like, because those particular activities sustain the health and welfare of our folks on the battlefield. We just talked about it in the context of taking that picture and then putting a frame on to write today about our MRC. When you look at almost a core level or division levels of folks not ready, that's challenging to our Chief of Staff for the Army. And so if we were to pull out that much force structure in a unified land operations support of Korea, we just lost a lot of combat power. And so our goal here is to try to figure out how do we find the sweet spot with regards to what is the training that we're getting done. Is it getting at the essence or the nature and the characteristics of what we've been seeing on all these slide decks that we've been watching in this particular setting. And so that's the key here. So are we then setting the conditions for our individual force, be it the medical force, to be training proficient, to be able to go and support in a supporting role that combat commander? And they got to be trained and proficient to do that, both as a leader and as a technical expertise as well. So it can't be one or the other. And Surgeon General talks about we can't have doctors in the Army. We got to have Army doctors. And so it's our piece that when we fall into that formation and you're asked a question as a veterinarian on the battlefield about, I want to go and open up an Iraqi bottling plant by a senior commander, and you go and do the appropriate inspections, you just increase his capacity to be able to influence the economic capacity of Iraq, for instance. So you got to always keep in mind, well, what is the expeditionary mindset I can use to help the commander achieve his end state, his or her end state, or their national goals? And I think that's what we got to get to in our leadership schools and forums for officers and our senior enlisted folks as well.
Yeah, while I'm the moderator, I'm the only one who's been retired now for a while. And I can tell you that a civilian CEO for a hospital would never understand, nor could they couldn't command nor run our hospitals the way we need to, let alone make sure that the people that they have working for them and that they train are capable of doing the things that are required of them if they have to.
Sir, if I may, I completely agree. And when a combat support hospital deploys, it is a hospital. You learn how to you learn how to command a hospital by leading within a hospital, right? You learn how a hospital runs by leading within a hospital. And so, you know, our civilian, we need to work hand in hand with our civilian colleagues in leadership positions. But as a cash commander, I learned how to lead that thing by running hospitals. So when I was deployed setting, I was expected to do the very same thing, right? Provide high quality health care, trauma care in that instance, for those troops. And I learned that by growing up as a leader in Army medicine. So I think that's fundamentally the response I would give. Thank you.
Okay, we're running out of time. The last one I think that we're going to have time for talks about our overseas capabilities, and it says, in the face of shrinking space available at overseas MTFs, what steps are being taken to provide for the care of civilians?
So General Clark talked about the ICE, the TRICARE TRO plan having the responsibility to ensure that we are able to set the conditions for care of our beneficiaries in an overseas, or even in the CONUS environments. But I think it's key here, though, to say that, are we managing a benefit? Are we generating readiness? And so that's going to be the $64,000 question to determine, are we building a healthcare system to manage a benefit? Are we building a healthcare system to provide support to folks on the battlefield? And so I think for us, we got to look at it from the lens of saying, from a standpoint of the case mix index that we require of the individual. So we should not be, in my mind, building capacity within Army medicine to support a beneficiary population that's not going to give us the acuity or the case mix index to be able to provide support. That then can be given to a civilian entity and funded in a purchase care system. That's just my fundamental belief on that one. Jeff?
Yeah, I just think launch stool is a strategic asset, right? Launch stool is a strategic asset. It creates conditions for 3 combatant commands to do what they've been asked to do. And so that must remain central to this conversation.
And when you talk a strategic asset, I think it's important to note that it's a joint asset as well. And so I think that we got to find the right balance. That's where this multi-domain piece comes into play, particularly when we look at the expansion exercise that we just did to try to figure out where across the joint force, how do we get the right mix of providers from all the services? Because again, they're operating in I guess inherently in a NATO or a joint environment that they're operating in. And so I think this is a good example that you just mentioned to look at it from that perspective as well.
Okay, would like to thank our distinguished panel. Done a great job fielding more than a couple of difficult questions. Would like to say just one more thing, since General Ham gave me the opportunity to be the moderator, even though I wasn't quite sure what that was. One of the things that bothers me is the question of women in the military. And I think that most of you in the room probably don't know that our Army Surgeon General is the only battalion surgeon for a Special Forces group. And her group commander, who retired as an Army Major General, couldn't say enough good things about her. So thank you, ma'am. General Ham, thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Sergeant and panelists for another enlightening conversation, and thank you for your thoughtful questions that generate a very rich discussion. That's exactly what we're aiming for. Okay, we're at the critical time of the day, lunchtime. You're on your own for lunch. I would encourage you to take time to visit the exhibitors, and there is lunch available in the same room as the exhibitors. Membership table is available for those of you who need to check your membership status. And please be back here by 1:20.